We're going to get started in 1 minute, so if everyone could come into the room and start to take their seats, we're going to start in 1 minute.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning. Wow, day 2 of the Georgia Climate Conference. Welcome. My name is Rachel Usher, and I'm a master's in public health student at Emory Rollins School of Public Health. I have also had the privilege of working with the Georgia Climate Project over the past year. I am a Georgian. While I'm currently a resident of Atlanta, I grew up in Savannah, I went to college in Athens, and I have worked in Dawsonville. I have seen firsthand the impacts of climate change throughout this state, and I know you have too. With the enormity of the task at hand, the response still sometimes surprises me. Do you feel the energy in this room? Yes, we are in Georgia. Yes, we are in the South. And yes, we have the know-how and passion to be leaders on climate change. I am a student. As mentioned earlier, I'm a current student, master's student, studying epidemiology at the Emory Rollins School of Public Health. And from the initial stages of planning for this conference, the steering committee prioritized student engagement from as many academic institutions as possible. This initiative started with the creation of a student advisory group, a panel of 14 students from different academic institutions across the state. Over the past year, this panel has made recommendations on all aspects of the conference with student participation, including the student poster session that I hope you got to see last night, the photo contest, and volunteer opportunities. As one of the members of the Student Advisory Group, I would like to thank my peers for their thoughtful insight on how to make this conference a space for all students. I would also like to thank the more than 40 student volunteers who kept us on schedule, took notes, and directed attendees. This conference would not have been possible without student-led organizing. Many of you have already seen the photos hanging by the Georgia Climate Project table, and these are the finalists from our statewide university student photo contest that asked the question, what does climate change in Georgia look like to you? I'm proud to announce that our jury selected grand prize winner, winning $300 from the University of Georgia, is Jeffrey Beauvais for his submission, Watching. We will also award a fan favorite prize voted on by all of you. So these are the remaining photos that are eligible that were our top finalists. So I encourage you to visit the Georgia Climate Project table outside and vote for your favorite. All right. Yes, I'm a Georgian, I am a student, and I am an optimist. Climate change can be a demoralizing subject, but when I look into this crowd full of colleagues, friends, family, allies, and mentors who speak truth to power, I see possibility. Possibility for a sustainable and equitable future for the place we all call home. Now I would like to invite Daniel Rockberg, the Chief Strategy Officer for the Georgia Climate Project, to the table.
All right, there's a lot more people here than I thought would be on day 2. That is great. That is good. Well, thanks again, Rachel, and thanks to all of you for being here for a really remarkable first day. And we're really excited about the program we're about to dive into this morning. We have another great group of speakers that we're going to get to very soon. Yesterday morning, I had an opportunity to acknowledge some of the organizations who made this event possible. This morning, I want to spend just a little bit of time, if you'll permit me, to thank some of the individuals who also made this possible. The coordination for this conference has been a relay race of 3 remarkable individuals. At the very beginning, Claudia Brown, who might be here somewhere, there she is, was with us at the very beginning as we chose this venue and these dates and thought up the vision for the conference. Jake Seegers is also here. He worked with many of you over the summer, did a masterful job with the program committee as we sifted through 100 plus submissions for ideas for this conference to work them into the 18 breakouts and the 4 plenaries and the poster session that you've seen. And then Blair Beasley joined us what was months ago, but I'm sure feels like years ago for her, has had to do much more than she signed up for and has given us much more than we ever could have expected. So thank you to Blair and to Jake and to Claudia for making this possible. Rachel is one of a phenomenal cohort of student staff members, and I want to thank Rachel Usher, Emily Paffhausen, Colton Nettleton, Morgan Zabo, Aaron Meller, our summer intern, Miranda Mitchell, and Sierra Thompson are all students who have sweat a lot to make this and the Georgia Climate Project possible. So thanks to you. Thanks as well. Sarah Bartlett is in the audience. She's given us invaluable advice and support over the past many years now. And also, not here today, but you see everywhere on your phones, Lalith Paulapetti and Song Ru from Georgia Tech are the geniuses behind all of our web ability to do anything on the web. Not only the conference website and the webcast, working with our team back here, but also the Stories website, which I'll talk about in a moment. And then last, but very much not least, Sue Ann Morgan, Misty, the whole team that's working back there that you've seen in the hallways, that you've seen on email for the past several months, absolutely would not be here, would not have the event that we have without all of you. So thank you all very much. Couple of programming, well, one important programming note. Claire Stirk, the president of Emory, was planning to be here and yesterday had to make a last-minute cancellation. So on her behalf, I want to just send her apologies. You all, probably many of you do know, she is a passionate enthusiast about climate change. She believes that climate change, like many of us believe, all of us believe, it's one of the century's defining challenges. She had wanted to be here. She's unable to, unfortunately, but we still have a phenomenal program this morning, but I want to just pass that programming note on. We're also going to do one shuffle. I think, Mayor Gertz, you know that we're going to do one shuffle at the end to account for some traffic issues, but that's going to be great as well. I think that's it on the programming side. I want to dive in, if I can, let's see if this works, a little bit of background on the Georgia Climate Project as a way to segue into today's conversation. The two guiding questions of the Georgia Climate Project are the two framing questions that our speakers are going to talk about today. Number one, what does a changing climate mean for us as a state? And number two, what can we do about it? For all the challenging conversations around climate change and the sensitivities, and there's politics, everything, right? If we can, the more we can focus on these two questions and answer them in a clear-eyed way, in a robust way, the more we're going to be able to move forward in the state. What does it mean for us? And then what do we do about it? Very briefly, this came up yesterday, but the Georgia Climate Project is a consortium that is founded by a series of academic partners. We're delighted now, again, as of yesterday, to be up to 9 academic partners, and we're grateful you'll hear from more of those partners this morning. And we basically are trying to do 4 things to do our part, to work with a lot of other stakeholders who've been here for years, going to be here for years, outside of academia, to do our part to move the state forward. And it's basically 4 priorities. The first one is to advance the science. What do we know? And let's communicate that. What don't we know? And let's study that. The second is to, again, do our part to foster a stronger conversation, as I mentioned yesterday, one that can cut across traditional dividing lines of politics, of race, of geography, and really have a conversation in the state about what we need to do going forward. The third is to do our part to support conversations around solutions. And the idea is if we do A, B, and C, those first 3 things, all the while we're also helping to work with all of you and the existing teams that are out there to build a stronger network in the state. If we do all those things, right, the theory is that is what allows Georgia to emerge as a real leader on climate change, one that other states look up to as well as really having their act together and moving forward on this issue. Substantively, just a few examples of what that actually means. A bunch of folks in this room took part a couple years ago in something called a climate research roadmap, which was basically a summary of 40 questions that if we can answer those questions, that's going to help decision makers, policymakers, practitioners. It's online, you can see it. The idea is you go online and you pick any one of these themes and you see questions related to those themes. We'll talk about this a bit more later, but everyone here whose day job is to do research on climate change, please go back to this roadmap and start tackling these questions. We've had some great examples already. The Atlanta Regional Commission is studying the impacts of climate change on transportation, which is one of the questions in this roadmap. We have a whole team thinking about how do we reduce emissions in the state, which is one of the questions in this roadmap. We're making progress, but there's a lot more to do here. On stronger conversations, we heard some really amazing storytellers and stories yesterday. And as I mentioned very briefly, those are now curated, and many, many others on a website that's available. You can see it out in the hall, and I'm actually going to see if I can get, with the team back there, can we roll that little zooming video? So this is Rachel's screencast of how it would actually work in action, right? So you go on the Georgia Climate Project website, you pull up climate stories, you get all these options on the left. If you click on any one of them, you're going to be taken on a virtual tour of the state to learn about that story in context. If you click on it, you can pull up the story. This is Mr. Bine in the Blueberry video that we showed yesterday. What makes me really excited, though, is that when you then go down to the arrows, or you can use the arrow keys on your keyboard, you have a playlist that says 1 out of 18. It's just like YouTube, right? But this is a playlist about stuff that really matters in Georgia. And you see other stories around the state. So I really encourage you to take a look at this. And then these tags are now interactive. So she just clicked on coastal Georgia and up popped the subset of stories that are dealing with coastal Georgia. You can do the same thing with climate impacts or climate solutions, and you'll get a custom playlist for that. So it's basically a kind of visualization engine for thinking about what climate change looks like in Georgia and what we're doing about it. We hope this is just the beginning, and we're going to look to all of you for your advice on what we do with this now that we have it, right? It's one thing to build a mousetrap, another thing to use it. So really, your advice welcome about how we use this. I would hope that for K-12 educators, for all of us who are speaking publicly on this issue, for policymakers who want to talk about it with their constituents, that this can be a tool. And also we want to add to this. It's something that Mark Johnson alluded to yesterday from UGA. We've been working with students across the state to build more climate stories, and we want to keep doing that. Solutions, we'll talk about this a little bit more at the end, but a lot of you went to the Georgia Drawdown 101 session yesterday. That's a great example of the kind of work that all of us can be doing together to really think through and roll up our sleeves and get out our pencils to think through how do we move forward on climate change. In this case, Georgia Drawdown, for those who don't know, is an effort to take the great work of Project Drawdown globally, which had 100 solutions for reducing emissions. And as great as that is, none of those answers say, here's what you can do in Georgia necessarily. And so what Marilyn Brown and a great team from UGA and Tech and Emory and Georgia State and others have been doing is taking those 100 solutions and looking at them in a Georgia context to figure out, okay, which of those solutions actually make sense in Georgia? And they made tremendous progress. We'll talk about it at the closing plenary because we want to get your spot. If we get the technology to work, we want you to pick your favorites of those solutions. And then finally, as I mentioned, the Stronger Network is very much embodied here. It's embodied by those who are on the webcast, those who unfortunately weren't able to come due to the wait list, and many, many beyond that. Our sense is that well before the Georgia Climate Project started, there were already incredible nodes and networks all over the state who care about water and transportation and communities and all these topics that we've been covering. And the hope is that all of us, and we want to brainstorm about this in the closing plenary, can find a way to better lift up and weave together that network and that fabric, again, so that we can be a state that moves forward in these issues. All right, so you can learn more there. We're about to turn it over to our first speaker. Before we do that, we want to roll one video that's going to set the stage of, again, sort of how the Georgia Climate Project has been thinking about these two questions. What does a changing climate mean for Georgia, and what do we do about it? So we're going to roll that, and then we'll move on to our next speaker. Thank you.
This storm hit right before harvest, meaning all 2,200 acres of this cotton field is essentially useless.
Georgia's climate is changing.
The Georgia Forestry Commission showing much of the metro area in the extreme risk zone.
18 of the 19 warmest years have been since 2000. But it's not just heat. Climate change is about changing extremes. Droughts are more frequent and intense. Too much rain from the rainstorms, higher sea levels, more intense hurricanes.
Georgians will be facing a compound threat that is going to be challenging communities, not just in 2050 or 2100, but this year and next year and the following year.
Some people are going to be particularly vulnerable to climate change: elderly, lower income, people without economic resources, children under 5.
We need to think about solutions that are helping our most vulnerable populations stay safe during a changing climate in Georgia.
Climate change is one of this century's defining challenges. We're seeing some really exciting signs of creative and innovative solutions that are positioning Georgia to play a leading role in addressing this challenge. One very exciting thing that is being done in Georgia is around smart irrigation. How much water is applied, where it's applied, and when it's applied. Georgia's gone from a state where we have about 5 megawatts of solar energy deployed around the state to nearly 2,000 megawatts. Another very exciting area for Georgia is electric vehicles. As recently as 2015, Georgia ranked 3rd in the country for electric vehicle registrations. These innovations have tremendous potential to be a really important solution as we in the state and as others around us think about how to respond to the impacts of a changing climate.
Good morning. Well, it's good enough for this introvert. I'm Scott Gunter, assistant professor of atmospheric science at Columbus State University. After graduating from Texas Tech, I applied for a job at a small teaching-oriented university way down yonder on the Chattahoochee, not really knowing what to expect. When I arrived there, I found recycling bins everywhere, electric cars buzzing around, and a university that is very passionate about sustainability. This passion is not only reflected in the students, and let me tell you, who are ready for action, but it is also reflected, but it was also a driving force behind CSU joining the Georgia Climate Project a little over a month ago. We look forward to growing our participation in the Georgia Climate Project through a focus on education and engaging our local community in Columbus, Georgia. We are also looking forward to our next speaker. The next presentation will be by Casey Cox. Casey is the 6th generation of her family to farm on the Flint River in South Georgia. Her family farm, Longleaf Ridge, produces sweet corn, peanuts, field corn, soybeans, and timber. Prior to returning to the farm full-time, Casey managed the Flint River Soil and Water Conservation District, serving as executive director for over 5 years. In this role, she developed and directed multiple projects with federal, state, and private partners, and was responsible for procuring and managing over $12 million of funding for conservation programs. She was appointed by Secretary Sonny Perdue in 2019 to serve as Georgia's alternate board member on the National Peanut Board. She also serves on the American Farm Bureau Environmental Regulations Committee, Georgia Farm Bureau Forestry Committee, and Mitchell County Farm Bureau Board of Directors. You are a very busy person. She was appointed by Governor Nathan Deal to serve on the Lower Flint Ochlockonee Regional Water Council. She is a member of the Leadership Georgia class of 2019, a 2016 graduate of the Institute of Georgia Environmental Leadership. Yeah, give it up. And a 2018 graduate of the Peanut Leadership Academy. Casey holds a Bachelor of Science in Natural Resource Conservation from the University of Florida. As if all of this was not an impressive enough resume, it is, in fact, not Casey's greatest contribution. If you ask her, she will tell you that the highlight of her career so far is teaching Cookie Monster and Gonger where peanut butter come from on season 49 of Sesame Street. Ladies and gentlemen, Casey Cox.
Good morning. I keep joking around that after you go on Sesame Street, you've really peaked. I don't know where I'm going from here. That was a really special experience to have. And I used to say that I was probably the only person in the state of Georgia that was a graduate of both the IGEL, the Institute for Georgia Environmental Leadership, and the Peanut Leadership Academy, but we are now a class of 2 that has that. I want to start off by thanking the Georgia Climate Project team. They've been so wonderful to include me here and give me this opportunity, and they've been very thoughtful and intentional, not only with this conference, but their entire project about including agriculture and forestry in this conversation, and that is so critical to our future and the future of Georgia. So thank you so much for being very thoughtful and respectful about how you do that. I also heard that Andres and Dr. George Velitas and Mr. Donald Chase presented yesterday, so they have set the bar very high for me. So hopefully you'll probably see some similarities in what we talk about, but hopefully you'll learn something new during this presentation as well. So Scott, thank you for the great introduction. As he mentioned, I'm a 6th-generation farmer in Southwest Georgia. I farm with my dad, so any of you that might be involved with family business know that that is very rewarding, but also can be a little challenging. We are just now beginning that transition, and I'm really excited to work with him and to really take our farm into the next generation and take our business to the next level. That's my goal anyway. But I also recognize and acknowledge that we have new challenges that his generation didn't have. It's with a changing climate, we are really looking at a very different landscape in the future for agriculture in Georgia. And I'm also a young farmer, so I have a little bit of a different perspective kind of coming in as this generation, and you probably know I don't look like your average farmer, which is a good thing, and I think that I'm really grateful for the opportunity to come back to the farm, but I also want to be really engaged in this conversation going forward. I think we can all agree in this room that no matter where we are in Georgia, whether you're in my part of the state, in Southwest Georgia, in rural Georgia, or you live here in Atlanta where farmers are terrified to drive, we all share, we all know that this state is important and critical, and natural resources are an important component of this state, but we also acknowledge that we have some challenges we're facing as we go into the next several years and facing this changing climate. But like Rachel, I certainly have an optimism because with my job with the Conservation District, I can say we have some of the brightest minds in Georgia working to address this issue. I've been so fortunate to work with people, especially in the agricultural realm and in the environmental realm, who are developing world-changing solutions. And so I feel really optimistic about our future, and this is such a great opportunity for all of us to come together. I'm sure that my day-to-day life looks very different from some of yours, but it's great that we can come to this conference together and talk about what we can do for the future of the state. Also, I have this picture of the Flint River, because for those of you who haven't ever had an opportunity to visit Southwest Georgia and see the Flint River, it's a really special part of my life, and it has certainly framed my perspective on natural resources and conservation. Our farm is on the Flint River, and I'm really passionate about water and about irrigation efficiency and all of those things, and a lot of that is driven by growing up here along the Flint River and seeing how interconnected my past, present, and future are to our natural resources. I also wanted to give a little bit of context about agriculture in Georgia, which I'll get to this in a minute, but you're not going to hear from a farmer this year without talking about the big bear that was Hurricane Michael. So I'll get to that in a second, but just to give you a little bit of context about agriculture, and I'm sure that Andres and the other speakers yesterday covered this as well, but agriculture is the #1 industry in our state. We have an impact of about $70 to $76 billion a year. The last statistic I heard is that about 1 in 7 people in Georgia is employed in an ag-related industry. So it's a huge industry for us. One fun fact is that Georgia is the #1 producer in the 4 Ps: peanuts, pecans, or pecans, as some people might call them, poultry, and pine trees. So that's always a fun fact I like to bring up. But we're also #2 in cotton, behind Texas, and cotton is our second most valuable commodity in Georgia. It contributes almost $1 billion to the state economy on its own every year. So cotton is a really important crop. And then we're also #3 in sweet corn, and I like to bring those two up because in my part of the state, that's where a lot of that production is concentrated. So we're really important, not only at the local and state level, but really at an international level. In Georgia, we produce about half of the United States peanuts. So I'm going to echo Mr. Chase and say, eat more peanuts. It's the heartbeat of rural Georgia. It's critical to our state economic infrastructure, and it is the heartbeat of Georgia, our economic engine. I read an article last week that had some interesting statistics I wanted to share with y'all. Less than 20% of the U.S. population lives in rural communities, but it covers about 97% of our country's landmass. That's statistics according to the U.S. Census Bureau. And I found this a really important statement as well. Almost all of our nation's energy and food is produced in rural landscapes, which are rich with natural resources and essential for our survival and critical in addressing the climate crisis. That really resonated with me because I truly feel like rural Georgia agriculture and forestry are essential to being part of this conversation and helping solve this problem. So moving forward, and what do we do for the future to address Daniel's question? What do we do about this? How are we part of the solution, and how do we move forward? Right before the hurricane last year, I heard or read somewhere that you never know what to expect when Mother Nature is your business partner. And I learned that lesson very, very clearly and definitively last year. So how do we adapt to these new challenges that we're facing? How do we take this into the next generation? How do I, as a young farmer, learn everything from my dad, but also adapt to all these new challenges that we face? Farmers are some of the most resilient people you're going to meet, but we're facing challenges that we've never faced before. These are new. The climate change is bringing all sorts of new challenges for us that we aren't really equipped to deal with. And last year before the hurricane, when people would ask me about resilience and adaptation, I always looked at it in the context of water. Like I said, water is very, very important to me, and it's a realm I've worked in for a long time. So I always looked at resilience in the context of water and drought and how we were doing all this great work to manage our irrigation efficiently. And so my go-to answer was always talking about water conservation and then diversification, being in several different businesses. But Hurricane Michael last year completely altered my perspective on what it means to be resilient and what adaptation looks like. And I realized we're really going to have to think longer term. We have to think bigger picture, because those two, it's just so much bigger than what we expected, because this hurricane, this storm, it impacted us more than I think any of us could have ever imagined. So moving forward, it's trying to figure out how do we continue operating where we're doing, but how do we innovate and go forward in a way that makes agriculture continues to support our economic infrastructure in our rural communities, but also supports our natural resources and the planet in a way that we can continue on for multiple generations. So I really look at two different approaches as being the most important when it comes to addressing climate change and issues resulting from climate change. And one of those is conservation. You probably will hear several farmers talk about the importance of conservation or stewardship. I really love the value of stewardship. It's something that my parents instilled in me. I've heard my dad quote to me my entire life, take care of the land and the land will take care of you. That's just part of really our family has been living within that context. And there's so much you can do with conservation, and it's a win-win situation, because when you're implementing conservation practices, you are decreasing your impact and minimizing your inputs, and you're also increasing your efficiency, and you're getting more returns on your bottom line. And I know Mr. Chase yesterday probably talked about some of the precision agricultural tools that he used, but this is a GPS system in our tractor. We had self-driving tractors long before y'all ever thought about self-driving cars. So it's really cool. You know, when people drive these, they just turn on the GPS system and they actually turn around and watch the planter or the harvester the whole time. They don't even look ahead because the tractor's just being guided. And this is a great example of a win-win situation, because this made our operations so much more efficient, lowered our emissions because we're taking less trips across the field, but it also increased our efficiency and enhanced our yield. So those are the types of win-win situations that have a conservation value. And one term I've also heard described, and I really see this especially in the context of conservation, is sustainable intensification, and that's getting more crop where we already have agricultural land instead of converting more land to agriculture, being as efficient as possible on the land that is already in agriculture. And just to give y'all an example, and I'll use peanuts because I love talking about peanuts. When my dad, we are producing twice as much on the same land with peanuts as when my dad first started farming. That is one generational difference. And even since I've been born, the technology has boomed because we have internet, we have connectivity in a way that we never have before, except in parts of rural Georgia, which I hope will be addressed at some point. But it's because of the new varieties, the new technologies and approaches, the new tools, and being able to produce more on the land that is already in production. And that I think is a really important component. And then using best management practices on that land, which many of us do, because not only does it make environmental sense, it makes economic sense, which I know Mr. Chase also highlighted yesterday. And I like to look at that as land use efficiency. And I think Dr. George Valitas stole it. He didn't steal it, I stole it from him. But when we talk about irrigation and water, getting more crop per drop, more crop per input that you put in is so critical. And one really important point I wanted to make, because typically when we have this conversation, there is no silver bullet when it comes to agriculture. Every farm is very different. And even across Georgia, even 100 miles north of me, the farm and the land is so different than where we farm. And so it can be tempting to find a really great new technology or a new practice and want to apply it across all of agriculture, but that is not that's probably not the best approach. We need the regional science and regional targeting of best management practices that are suited to those specific land types and soil types and farming practices. Collectively, we can make a huge impact if we are implementing more regionally specific practices. So I did want to highlight that because, like I said, sometimes you hear about something and it sounds incredible, and you just think every farmer in the United States should do it, and that's not as easy as it sounds. The other thing that is really incredible to me, and I hope that some of you were able to catch Dr. Valitas' presentation yesterday on innovation in agriculture. This is an area where I'm very passionate. Precision agriculture. The state of Georgia is an absolute leader in this realm, and especially the University of Georgia. And listen, y'all, I'm a Gator, and I'm saying that, but the University of Georgia is doing such incredible work, and I've been so fortunate to work with them, and I really feel like they are leading the way when it comes to precision agriculture and smart irrigation. This is a photo of me in the peanut field with a soil moisture sensor. We've been using these for about 10 years now, and it's really an incredible technology because we can look and see what's going on in the soil and make irrigation decisions based on real-time data from the field. And every year there are new technologies and approaches to doing this even better. So it's just it's kind of a new frontier in agriculture with all these tools and technologies, and that's something that I've been really excited to be involved with. I mentioned the GPS on tractors. We can also remotely control our pivots, which is really great. I love being able to do that. Sometimes I'll be out of town or something, and Dad will need help with irrigation systems, and I can control them anywhere I have connectivity or Wi-Fi, and so I've done it from all kinds of places. So that's pretty cool. That's some very interesting stuff. And I hope that this conversation will continue to be positive. Actually, in the spring, the Senate Agriculture Committee had a panel on climate change and how it impacts agriculture. And Senator David Perdue from Georgia actually acknowledged the work that the University of Georgia is doing on smart irrigation, how critical that was to adaptation. So I think, this realm of innovation is really a connector for us. It's something that we all can speak to because it makes environmental sense and it makes economic sense. So I think that conservation and innovation are really the two approaches I see being important. And innovation is critical because we need to create these natural resource-based economic opportunities in rural Georgia. That's the spark that rural Georgia needs. And so using innovative ways, conservation-driven innovation is the way we always like to say it. And so those are the two things that I feel like are really important for the future. And I truly, truly believe that agriculture and forestry are part of the solution. And that's why I'm just so appreciative to be part of this conversation. So just going back to the land and being on a farm, the same conservation ethic that made my family thrive and live on the land for 5 generations before me is the same ethic that brought me back home after college. I really hadn't planned on that until I was in college, and it drew me back. And so I'm so incredibly grateful for that opportunity. And our land is my past, it's my present, and my future. And so I have every incentive in the world to take care of that and to come up with new ways to manage it even better. I really want to do my part to do better, and I'm just excited about all the opportunities that exist to do that. Last year was really a wake-up call for the new challenges that we face in agriculture. We lost a lot of our timber, which was painful. I'm a longleaf pine hugger. We have over half of our farm is actually in timber, and we do production forestry and longleaf pine restoration and regeneration. And that was really painful to see this really healthy, thriving forest just get pummeled in just a matter of hours. So it's just all these new challenges and unexpected challenges that we're going to face. But to close, I wanted to leave everyone with this quote. This is, I had the opportunity, I was introduced to Aldo Leopold in college during one of my wildlife ecology classes, and this quote really resonated with me, and all these years later, it stays with me. And I think that his words really resonate with me as somebody who actually works directly with the land every day, but I think it can translate to all of us. It's the definition of a conservationist. We're all here in this room because we care about Georgia, we care about our future and our family's future, we care about the natural resources in the state, and we can all work together to make sure that we have the best future possible. And so a question I ask myself a lot as I'm taking over this transition and coming home to the farm is what is my signature? And the question that we can all ask ourselves is collectively, what is our signature on the future of Georgia? Thank you again.
Good morning. Good morning and welcome to our session. Your presence at today's conference bears witness to the gravity of the climate change challenge, and yet your presence also is a testament to the opportunity that lays ahead in minimizing Georgia's risks and maximizing Georgia's future. My name is Fatima Shafi, and I'm the chair of the political science and director of environmental studies and co-chair of Sustainable Spelman at Spelman College. Spelman has been a leader in sustainability and among historically Black colleges and small liberal art colleges. Spelman has been a harbinger of education for sustainability and has been at the forefront of educating women leaders who are committed to positive social change, which supports the Spelman mission, a choice to change the world. Spelman has made a commitment to reduce its ecological footprint and achieve climate neutrality by advancing sustainability as a way of life. So green is the new Spelman blue. As we all know, climate change is not just an environmental issue. It is true that nobody, rich or poor, will be immune to the adverse impact of the climate change. However, risks associated with climate change are not uniform. Threats of climate change do not operate in silos independent of other vulnerabilities. The worst effects of climate change are likely to fall on the shoulder of those least responsible for causing it. According to the UN, those who are least responsible for contributing to climate change are very likely to be the most vulnerable to its catastrophic impact and will moreover be even less positioned for adaptation, a phenomenon that UN calls adaptation apartheid. So I am proud and I want to thank Daniel Rockberg for his commitment to environmental justice and climate justice, as he was very intentional in ensuring that environmental justice is incorporated in the climate research project. I also want to thank him for extending the invitation to us to be a part of the not only the research, climate research project, but also be a partner. So I am proud to state that Spelman is one of the first academic partner of the Georgia Climate Project. So I am proud, honored, and pleased to introduce my Shiro, our legendary environmental justice hero, and Shiro, and everything in between, for being not only our own legendary leader, but a global leader who has made a commitment and devoted her entire life to advancing climate justice and environmental justice and leaving no one behind. That is our legendary Dr. Mildred McLean. Dr. McLean, I have a little bit more to say about you. Dr. McLean, a human rights activist, a civil rights leader, a change agent, an icon with unparalleled commitment to lifting the voices of EJ communities locally, regionally, nationally, and globally. Dr. McLean devoted her life in making sure that concerns of environmental justice communities are not only heard, but are incorporated into decision makings and policies. Dr. Mildred McLean is a member of U.S. Environmental Protection Agency's National Environmental Justice Advisory Council, a high-profile federal advisory committee. In 1990, Dr. McLean co-founded and currently serves as the executive director of the Harambee House Citizen for Environmental Justice, a community-based organization located in Savannah, Georgia, whose mission is to build the capacity of the communities to solve their problems and engage in positive growth and development. Dr. McLean has served on numerous committees, commission, working group, and boards. She created major partnership with the Department of Energy, the Environmental Protection Agency, the Agency for Toxic Release, Toxic Substances and Disease Registry, the Center for Disease Control, and many more community-based organizations with the goal of addressing public health and environmental justice issues and concern. Dr. McLean is a Renaissance woman, a transformer. For more than 3 decades, under Dr. McLean's leadership, the Black Youth Leadership Development Institute has trained over 3,000 people to serve as change agents, leaders in their communities. Dr. McLean received her doctorate of education from Harvard Graduate School of Education. Please join me in welcoming Georgia's own legendary global leader, Dr. Mildred McLean.
That's the speech. Whoa. I didn't even know who she was talking about. So I'm like, okay, who is that? I want to meet that girl. Dr. Shafi, I'm so touched. You got me a little bit here on tears, but that's okay. And the reason that is okay is because there are many other people throughout the state of Georgia who are also crying this morning. And those tears are not necessarily tears of joy, happiness, contentment, and satisfaction. They are tears of sadness, tears of fear and anxiety because of what is happening in their local neighborhood, not just their state or their county or their city, but their little small rows of houses that they live in, that they call their neighborhood and their community family. I am from Savannah, Georgia, and I'm kin to that sister right there, because I was born on a peanut farm in Georgetown, Georgia. And I was born feet first to a 13-year-old who was still somewhat on a plantation, although at that time they were calling it sharecropping. I tell that because they say when you're born feet first, you're going to travel lots of miles. And I've traveled lots of miles. I started this work on climate change back in 1992 when I was invited to Austria, to present on the relationship of living next door to a nuclear facility and climate change. And at that time, I didn't know nothing about climate change really, but I knew what it felt like to be living downstream from the Savannah River plant, which is located in Aiken, South Carolina, and all of its water tributaries end up in the Savannah River. And one morning after Christmas, we woke up to the headlines that 20,000 picocuries of tritium had leaked into the Savannah River. And I said, a what? A pico what? A pico who? A tritium what? A tritium where? And it was the real beginning of my work in environmental justice. If you look around this room right now, and you think about the state of Georgia, and you think about many of the rural counties and even the coastal cities, it doesn't reflect quite this population. And I love this choir, because this is my climate change choir. But there's a section missing. There's a section of the altos. Those ones who couldn't quite make soprano, so they're kind of like altoish, but really sort of second soprano-ish. And so they fall in this like weird category. I don't know if it's contralto or whatever, but that section is missing. And that section is represented, and I'm gonna go local, by people who live in a small hamlet called Hudson Hill. Because we must not only look at climate change in its global context and what's going on in the globe, but we have to bring it back down to where we live. And this particular community lives right at the mouth of the Georgia port, the Savannah port. It's right there. It's right across the street from International Paper. A corporation who used to be called Arizona Chemical, right down the street from Colonial Terminals, and some other industries that are key to our city, but sometimes the way in which they do business is not good for that little community called Hudson Hill. You have looked at, because you are academicians, you are scholars, and you are that climate change choir. You have done research, you know stuff, you know about resiliency, you know about mitigation strategies, you know about the sea level rise, you got that down, you got the monitors and all of them sensors and all that kind of good stuff, and y'all been doing with the science and everything. And then there was a picture up there about all the different parts that go in. Then there was one word that said equity, but there was no word that said justice. And we cannot address climate change, Brother Tim, without addressing the issue of justice. It may seem like I'm an old Baptist preacher, but I'm not. Some have called me a bootleg preacher. But I just have to be a little emotional because I'm a mother. I'm a grandmother. I have a grandson right here in Atlanta that is attending the Obama School of Science and Technology. And in January, he'll be 10. And I want to make sure that he has a future and an earth and an environment in which he can grow and thrive. I want him to have that. It is his inherent right as a human being, but more importantly, I fought for it since I was 13, and I'll soon be 71. And no, I'm not tired yet. But I'm going to kind of fall back a little bit because the young people are crucial to this conversation. Next week in New Orleans, hundreds of black students will gather from historically black colleges and universities to talk about what we're talking about, and they've been doing that now for 7 years, and they're also engaged in the international conversation. It was Southern women who took the climate change conversation. It was women from Savannah, from New Orleans, from Mossville, who took this conversation to the UN. Because there's a global body dealing with this, and they called it COP. COP, I said, ooh-wee. That got kind of like, bring some feelings up. but it stands for the Convention of the Parties. And that's all, everywhere, from everywhere, everybody come together. And there are accords that they put together that is supposed to govern how we deal with this issue. But our country, under the current administration, I got some issues. I'm going to just say it like that because I'm in mixed company. I won't get kicked out. And they tell me Mercury is in retrograde, so that means all the communications and technology stuff is crazy. And so I don't want y'all to think I'm crazy, but I'm a little bit. I'm a little bit crazy for justice because I've been denied it so often. I have a presentation, believe me, that's written, and I'm going to send it so you all can have advantage of it because I'm all over the map right about now. But there's a couple of things that I want to draw to your attention, and I'm going to go back to that, and then I'm going to finish. I'm going to sit down. Last night on TV, I was very excited because there was an announcement that came over that said Italy had put into effect a mandatory climate change and sustainability curriculum in the public schools. Hallelujah. So that children from kindergarten all the way through their educational career will be trained and versed in climate change and sustainability, because check this out. If we don't do something this year, in just a month, if we don't do something next year, 2030 ain't gonna even matter. Because things are changing just that rapidly. If I knew some other names, I would call them, but I just know your name, so I'm calling your name. I'm picking on Tim because I just met him. We are building a relationships with our Public Service Commission. We're trying to fight the Georgia power hike. And he was kind enough to come and do a listening session. So I figured we finna get it on, one way or the other. We're gonna be partnering in something, And sometimes they say it's frenemies. You on this side you ain't quite together. On this side you all the way together. So we're gonna work out where we're gonna be together. Harambe means let's pull together. That's the name of our organization. The second thing I saw on TV last night was Jane Fonda. Hallelujah. Girlfriend is in Washington. And again, she's talking about climate change. Now, she's been talking about that thing for a long time. But this time she said something that struck my heart. She said, and this was a part of my speech. I said, girl, you done stole my speech. What's wrong with you? Golly. But I was thinking when I was on my way here that we had just left New York, where thousands of youth of color from around the country and the globe gathered to have their voice integrated into the conversation, and it was particularly around solutions. Oh, I was so excited. I've also marched last year, or this year, one of them years, in California with a bunch of young people of color. Because you see, the myth is that African Americans, Latino Americans, Mexican Americans, indigenous Americans, we don't care about no climate. We don't care about no environment. That's untrue. But the piece I'm getting to is that we have done research. We've written papers. We got solutions. Georgia Tech is on the ball. Emory is on the ball. Georgia State is on the ball. Georgia Southern is on. I can name university and colleges who are doing extraordinary, exemplary work. But it ain't getting us nowhere. Because you say speaking truth to power, power ain't even listening. I didn't get no amen on that, okay. Let me try something else. Let me go like this. all the national policymakers, the federal policymakers, the state policymakers, and the local policymakers have turned their attention to other more pressing problems, and they feel as though climate change is just a myth and a hoax. Is that better? Oh, look at this. See there? You went right there with me. I know how to get you on that one, all right? Okay, look at him. So I'm going to speak a little bit of power and a little bit of truth, and then I'm going to sit down. Wealthy communities. Oh, I forgot to say what Jane said. Jane said, you got to confront the government at all of the levels. And you have to do it. My mother used to say, girl, when you want somebody to really know something, you got to tell them. Then you got to tell them again. And guess what? You got to tell them and tell them again and tell them again. And so what Jane was saying was that we have to stay in the streets. We have to stay in the research rooms. We have to stay everywhere we are 24/7, but we got to ante up the energy to let them know that we aren't going anywhere. We ain't going nowhere because this is our earth, this is our Georgia, and we are going to stand and protect it from all those threats inside and out. That's our solution. That's our solution. We're going into the classrooms. We're going to pull out the elementary school students, the high school students, the college students, and we're going to unite them with the powerful and the privileged. Because see, you in this room got privilege, but we got heart. So if you put privilege and heart together, we will win this fight. And sometimes you have to be prepared to go to jail. The Honorable Martin Luther King went to jail many times. And now we're trying to roll back everything he got. But there ain't gonna be no rolling back because you see, Trump is trying to roll back everything the EPA has done, and we have to stand against that. We have to stand for the National Environmental Policy Act because it guarantees our right to speak. And so you can't roll that back. Finally, wealthy communities are more likely to adapt to projected climate change and recover from climate-related disasters than who? Your poor communities. Y'all know that, right? Less economically fortunate individuals are more vulnerable because they are less likely to have resources, including something as simple in Hudson Hill, my friend, as air conditioning and well-insulated homes. Housing is a problem. We have substandard housing. We have dilapidated housing in Hudson Hill. So when you ask, what is the state of Georgia in terms of climate change, if you look at just little Hudson Hill, there is an issue, and it's their health. That's what I want to leave you with. For environmental justice communities, it's our health that is our primary issue, because health is our wealth, and without our health, what can we do? Just as people, forget Hudson Hill, everybody in this room, without your health, you cannot do anything. So better planning through investments in infrastructure and public health strategies can help communities like Hudson Hill become more resilient in a warming world. From sea level rise to heat waves, from extreme weather to disease outbreaks, each unique challenge requires locally suitable solutions to prepare for and to respond to the impacts that they bear on a daily basis. Look here, in Savannah, we don't even have to have a hurricane. It just has to rain hard, and it's gonna flood. And I mean flood bad. And the residents of Hudson Hill, they're not prepared. So what about our emergency planning strategies? We have to put those in place because people who are sheltered in place sometimes go a little bit crazy. Their mental state begins to get shifty because they're stuck like Chuck for days, sometimes without having been prepared with proper water, food, or even a flashlight or batteries. And so we've got to put in place these practical plans where we train the residents how to respond. They become their own community environmental response team. They work with their local county emergency management agency to make sure that the elderly, the sick, the young, you said on one of the slides, the young under 5. How do we prepare for that? There were some slides of the students who did some wonderful art, but some of my slides would have been those dilapidated homes in Hudson Hill that people live in and they're not going nowhere because it's all they got. I would show you some of the people down in Brunswick who are already poor. How does climate change impact those people on the coast, black people? It exacerbates everything they're going through, including their health. And in conclusion, I know I said that before. Unfortunately, those who will be hit the hardest and first by the impacts of a climate change, changing in Georgia, as I said, are likely to be the poor and the vulnerable. And we've got to do something about that. Our leaders must take a leadership role in providing financial and technical help for both adaptation and resiliency. I'm so proud of Nick Deffley. For those of you who don't know, he's from Savannah. And he's a little white boy trying to help some poor folks and some underprivileged folks and some vulnerable folks. And he's committed to taking those people along with him where he goes. He brought us to Georgia Tech with Dr. Kim and her crew. So we're placing sea level rise sensors somewhere in Hudson Hill. We're introducing that undereducated community to the art of mapping so that they can see the overlays of all of the issues and they can be ready to do what they need to do. We are now partnering with some outside foundations, and Georgia Southern now is interested. Emory, thank you, baby, for inviting me to this. I probably wandered all over the place, which is good, because that means that the Holy Spirit is moving. It's not me. Because the words I want to say is in this document right here. It's called the Equitable and Just National Climate Platform, of which environmental justice organizations and big greens from around the country got together and put this thing together, and they're forwarding to the candidates. I'm on my way down to South Carolina in a little bit. I'm going to a presidential town hall meeting with some of the candidates, and I'm supposed to speak on behalf of the environmental justice communities. Boy, are they in for because now I'm fired up. They're in for a treat now. And I ain't got but 3 minutes there. So I just want to thank you. I want to thank you on behalf of my neighborhoods. I want to thank you on behalf of the people I serve. Because without allies and friends and partnerships beyond our own backyard, we're not going to make it. We're not going to make it, and we've made that realization. Race to save the planet by 2030. I'm saying it's a race to save the planet in the state of Georgia in which I was born and I'll probably die. It's a race that we have to run together. The sister talked about the silos. We have to cross those silos, and in those uncomfortable moments, And there certainly will be a few that we woman up and man up and do what's necessary to get across that hurdle. So in the words of Dr. King, one day we can truly say for the planet and the people, free at last, free at last. Thank God Almighty, Mother Earth is free at last. Continue your hard work. May you be anointed and blessed. May you be one of the environmental justice warriors that goes forth in your churches, in your schools, in the hamlets where you party and tell the people the truth. And then organize them over a shot of tequila. So in the morning, they'll remember I committed to something, but I just don't know what it was. And then you can whip out your napkin and say, you signed on the bottom line. You are a climate justice warrior for life. Thank you.
All right, I wanted to begin first by thanking Daniel Rockford for giving me this opportunity to introduce Commissioner Tim Echols. But at the moment, I actually think he's in a big IOU mode. He wedged me between this evangelical speaker who's gotten us so excited. I was so pleased. And Commissioner Echols, who himself is quite a smooth talker. So, good morning. My name is Marilyn Brown, and I'm a Regents professor at Georgia Institute of Technology. And I first came to know Tim Echols in 2010 when he was elected to become Commissioner of the Public Service Commission of Georgia, representing the Athens area, where he earned several degrees at that other university across the state. I began my term as a utility commissioner in that same year in 2010. There's not much. Okay. But I like this parallel because I was commissioner of the Tennessee Valley Authority for my first term and was very miraculously pleased to be appointed to a second term about the same time he was very easily elected to his second term. My term ended last year, and now I spend my time doing research and teaching students about climate change and climate change solutions. I have 6 of my master's students here somewhere. They've been dedicated to helping take notes and run meetings. They're part of the Master's in Sustainable Energy and Environmental Management, the inaugural class. During this time, Tim has become one of the most technologically sophisticated and media-savvy utility commissioners in the country. Through his media messaging, Tim is crystal clear about what his priorities are, and many of them overlap with mine. For instance, more solar, more electric, more energy efficiency, more electric vehicles, and we got to finish plant vocal. Tim can also speak knowledgeably about state-of-the-art new technologies, microgrids, and renewable natural gas. When he doesn't know something, what he does is bring experts together on the air on his radio show. So check it out, Saturday mornings, WGAU Radio in Atlanta. So without further ado, it's my honor and privilege to introduce Tim to you, and I'm excited to learn what he has to say about what a changing climate means for Georgia. Thank you.
Let's just finish up with this thing here. I'm going to tell you, this is so unfair what you guys have done to me. I mean, all of you who've ever given a speech in public, you're sitting here going, that is so wrong. I mean, you totally agree with me on this, don't you? To make me go after her? I'm really stunned. I thought it was an honor to get the invitation here, and now I see the real agenda. Talking about being uncomfortable. I'm sitting there. I'm the one uncomfortable. I needed to go to the bathroom, and I was afraid to get up and go. Call me out for that, too. I'm just chunking my entire presentation, and I want to draw your attention to Hog Hammock, to Sapelo Island. And, I know that Republicans she's taking a couple of shots at the president here. I know Republicans, we get blasted for any number of things, from not using the C word, right? Not using the C word, to being uncaring. And here's what I want to appeal to you is, do not paint everyone with the same broad brush. It's unfair for you to do that. Yeah, who's clapping? Andres, you're the man. You're the man. Thank you. This is Hog Hammock. This is a solar pavilion that was erected for the public library there as a result of Dennis Coleman and I walking around the island as I'm helping him try to get some zoning issues settled for his house because there's a group of Republican commissioners that control that county. And I get a call from Virginia that Dennis has purchased some land there. He's having some trouble getting a house built, and I'm down there, and he says to me, man, Tim, it'd be great if you could do something for this community. And as we walked around, if you've ever been to, any of you ever been to Hog Hammock? So a quarter of the room, about the old cars that are there, and it's just hard to get things off the island. It's hard to get anything on the island because you got to pay to get it on there. But we built a $35,000 solar pavilion with nice industrial picnic tables that are going to last 100 years, and that power is powering that community library, helping them with their energy costs for the next 30 or 40 years. I mean, that's something that we can get excited about. Yes. Believe it or not, she's my choir. You know I'm in trouble if she's my choir. I'm. What's that? Yeah, thank you. As you were pelting me, I reached into my notebook and grabbed a little notepad from the UCLA Luskin Conference Center, where I just returned from yesterday at the 100% Clean Cities Conference. It's the only person from Georgia there, and probably the only Republican that was there. And in our breakout group that morning, an African-American woman in my group says to our group, because we're talking about messaging about clean cities to red and purple states. That was what my little small group was doing. And she said to me, and I quote, "I don't have time to worry about polar bears if I can't put food on my table." Amen? Yeah. So this, certainly it is a concern. It should be a concern for all of us to help take better care of our neighbors and those around. And for me as a state official, my neighbors are in all 159 counties. Any other elected officials that are here today? What's your jurisdiction? Okay. Yeah, so her neighbors are the folks in her city, in Fairburn. She's got a responsibility, a duty to take care of them. I have a duty to take care of folks in my state. That's why at 3 o'clock today, we're doing a conference call with the Harambe House and a lot of other Savannah nonprofits to talk about going door to door in the poorest parts of your city in January, February, and March and helping to identify energy efficiency upgrades that need to be made. You don't even know about this call today? Somebody from your staff is going to be on this phone call. Yeah, now who's talking? Now who's preaching? Now who needs to go on a little guilt trip? Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Get with the program. But we're going to do this in Savannah because Edward Grisham, an African-American contractor, came to me at a listening session that I was doing with Representative Carl Gilliard in Garden City, and he says, Tim, what if we concentrate in one given area and bring all the folks together that we can to identify needs, whether it's insulation, a broken window, a wheelchair ramp, whatever. Let's combine forces and see if we can help. Let's do this experiment. And so we've got a conference call today with all the folks that want to be a part of that in Savannah to be able to make that happen. We'll see if we can pull it off. But look, if you don't ask, if you don't have a vision, you're certainly not going to accomplish it. So I think we've got a lot of things to be proud about in our state. And you know, one of the things that came out of this 100% clean energy conference that's organized by Jeanette Gehr's parent group, I guess Environment America, was that words matter. And just the word clean. What does it mean to you? Because I'm telling you, there were 30 states represented on the UCLA campus, and it meant different things to different people that were there. And one of my pet peeves is when people weaponize words like clean, like climate, and they use it to beat me over the head with it. It bothers me. And let me tell you why it's disingenuous. And let me tell you why you need to ask more clarifying questions when people put forward policy ideas to you. I mean, I didn't have the opportunity to go to Georgia Tech. I got 3 degrees from the University of Georgia. You know, one of them English. What do you do with that? Nonprofit organizations, public relations, and then basket weaving was my minor. That's a joke on the basket weaving. But words matter, and it mattered out there as city after city got up and said, well, we decided to be 100% by this date. So when matters. Some of them had pressure relief valves. If we don't, we can escape from our commitment. Does that matter? Does it matter to you that someone commits to do something, but they got a little wiggle room? How would you say that? Wiggle room? You good with wiggle room from Harvard? What about folks that do executive orders, as the California senator said, versus some kind of statute or ordinance that's binding? All of these things matter. So when you start pelting Republican leaders about why aren't we more clean, you better define it. The Sierra Club got up and defined it. They said, we really need clean, renewable power. And the Sierra Club rep outlined exactly what that was. Because clean is different than renewable. I mean, in Georgia, as the organizer of the Luskin Center came up to me afterwards, sensing my panic, kind of like I'm experiencing here, and he said to me, Commissioner, you really shouldn't be worrying about this. I said, why? He said, because you're in charge there and you get to decide what it means. I said, oh man, I didn't think about that. You're right. I should be happy about this because I get to have a role in helping define what it means, which, to your point, Daniel, stronger conversations mean constructive conversations. It means conversations built in relationships like we already have. And so while she was pelting me, what you didn't know, yeah, you were. But while that was happening, what you didn't know is that we do already have a relationship. That I've been to their facility. We're working together on things. And it's okay. It's okay to speak your mind. It's okay to, and that's why I'm speaking directly to you. Because as the president was disparaged, you clapped. You clapped. You know what? I am a Republican constitutional officer, and I have seen, and where's Dr. Mark Farmer at? Mark, the event you held at the chapel where you brought in the congressman from South Carolina, Bob Inglis lost his job. He lost his job because he, as a Republican, began to I think, succumb to the pressure of using the terminology of the other party, and Trey Gowdy took him out. And I tell my Democratic friends, there is no stronger advocate for electric cars in Georgia than me. And you start making me use your terminology and use your words, you're going to eliminate me from the equation. And they may really be happy about that deep down. But you cannot expect Republican officials to see things exactly the same way you do. And that's why we have to focus on results. We have to focus on, in this case, how much more solar can we do? I mean, for me and for Bubba McDonnell, Georgia Power comes in, they want to do 1,000 megawatts of solar, and when the thing's over, they're walking out with 2,260 megawatts. And you're not going to read about this in the newspaper, about all the backroom stuff that goes on, or the negotiating, or you're not going to read about any of that stuff. But every time they've come to us wanting to do something or not wanting to do something, they've walked out the door doing more solar than they thought they were going to do. And there is value in that. Commissioner McDonnell also did a motion to increase energy efficiency that no one was expecting. And that is going to change the quality of life for some of the people that you're talking about. Because when you put, as I say, I'd rather put the insulation in the house before I put the solar panel on it. Why build a power plant on some box that's leaking? And that's what we're going to be looking for in Savannah. We're not going to be looking necessarily for roofs that are facing in the right direction. We're looking for houses that need energy efficiency improvements, because we know that insulation and tightening that envelope will save that consumer money. And what did she say? I don't have time to worry about polar bears. We've got to get their energy, the box tightened up. We've got to improve their energy efficiency. I just came from California. They are the dominant force for electric vehicles, not just in America, but in the world. Germany, any Germans in the room? Germans are awful proud of the way they do things over there. They don't like electric cars. I don't care what you read. They don't like electric cars and they don't like batteries. I've been there. I've met with executives. I've met with government officials. Californians do. California is leading the way. Germany has 60,000 electric cars. California has 600,000. California knows how to do this. Cox Enterprises, and you heard from Stephen Bradley yesterday, Cox Enterprises, in their Cox Conserves program, they're putting their money where their mouth is. Cox Enterprises is going to be the leader in bringing electric vehicle technology to Atlanta, working with Georgia Power Electric Transportation, because Georgia Power has just signed a lease to be in the very facility with Cox Enterprises, where you go down there and there's a whole lot full of used Teslas being reconditioned. There's other electric vehicles like the 50 Leaf Chevy Bolts. That is the Cox facility. That Bolt is sitting inside the old auction barn, and Lyft is running 50 of those vehicles practically 24/7 in Atlanta, doing more to advance electric cars, I think, than anything. And why? Because when you give 10 rides a day in an electric car to anybody who calls a ride share, you are doing a lot of ride and drives. And there are groups in this room like Ann Blair and the Electric Club, Car Club of Atlanta. They sponsor ride and drives. She knows how hard it is to pull one of these events off. And when you got 50 cars running around the city, that's powerful. I've asked Lyft to bring another 50. They said, but we're paying too much for power at those chargers. Can you do something? I intervened. Georgia Power's lowered the amount for them. And now I'm asking Lyft to pony up, to do what they said they were going to do, bring another 50 into the city. This is happening in Seattle. It's happening in Portland. Not happening many other places. Atlanta's in that company. It's a great thing. Cox just invested $350 million in Rivian. And you know what? If they hadn't done that, we probably wouldn't have any Rivian trucks here on the East Coast, because you know where they'd be? California. They'd all be in California. But you can bet there are going to be Rivian trucks here because of Cox Enterprises' investment. And obviously, we need to maximize the opportunity with the state of Georgia to put electric vehicles on the procurement list. I would venture to say most of you have never thought about that. But I've thought about it, and I intervened with the Fiscal Management Council. I went to Jekyll Island 2 weeks ago and spoke to them on a Sunday afternoon and gave them a 20-minute presentation on why electric vehicles should be on the state procurement list and how it's going to save the state of Georgia money. And you know, when you're doing something like that, you want some radical left-leaning person doing that, or you want your Republican out there doing that? Huh? No, of course not. Last thing about batteries. I told you the Germans didn't like batteries, and you're going, that can't be. That's true. You know why? EU law allows them to buy and sell electricity across country lines, really, no premium. That's what the Germans call flexibility. This is why they don't need batteries. Batteries are more expensive than flexibility. California likes batteries, though, because it's helping them engineer themselves out of that duck curve. They've got a lot of solar out there. They've really pushed it. And these batteries, and this is a battery array in San Diego. That's me sitting there looking inside that with my back to you. Those were BMW chemistry sets, 30 megawatt array that San Diego Gas and Electric did. And you're going to see more and more. They're not ready for prime time yet. Emory, hopefully, keeping our fingers crossed, hopefully Emory gets some of the batteries that the Public Service Commission just approved. Do you know we approved 80 megawatts of utility scale batteries? And I'm cheering for y'all. I'm saying, how about Emory? How about that substation you guys own? And I want to see you get that, because I know you're committed to sustainability here, and we want to help you as we can. So I added, at kind of the last minute, as a result of EVgo and a relationship I had with one of their people on Twitter, EVgo from California, I added a Second Life battery project, taking used electric vehicle batteries, like as Mary Lander's Leaf wears out, and she gets a new battery because it's gone beyond the warranty. What happens to that battery, right? They're not recycling them. They're sitting in a warehouse. Can we take a battery that has a little bit of juice left and just link it together with a bunch of others, put it in a container using a high-tech battery management system, and charge electric vehicles with it? Yes, we can. And we authorized Georgia Power to create that. And I'm not sure where it's going to go. Probably will go down at the Cox Enterprises pivot facility, because they have so much charging that they're doing. And then, of course, the thing coming up, will the PSC allow Georgia Power to rate base new chargers? And our staff does not want to allow the power company to rate base chargers. They have come and said, it's not in the public interest. And I am doing all that I can with my colleagues to say, let me tell you why it's in the public interest. Let me tell you why, even though the charger that as they drive back to Savannah, you're not on a private jet, are you? No. Okay. As you drive back to Savannah, as you go through Dublin at Burger King, there's a charger there. As you go through Metter, which everybody stops to go to the bathroom in Metter. Go by Parker's and you're going to see those EV chargers. Those chargers don't generate very much money. But you know what? If you're driving an electric car to Savannah, you need one of those chargers. You need it. And so there is a public interest in doing this. And I want to see Georgia Power add more chargers. They want to add more chargers, but they would like for you to pay for them. And our staff, we hold your wallet. And our staff says, no, no, no. Even though it's just a small amount of money, it's not in the public interest. But it is, and I'm making the case. I'm making the case for that. So I'll end with just saying that collaboration through stronger relationships enables acceleration. That the goal should not be to play gotcha with our neighbors and our friends. The goal is to build relationships that bring results. Do you want results? Are results important to you? Are they more important than rhetoric and getting someone to sign off on something? Yes, results are very important. And we want to continue to move our state forward with cleaner energy. And I think we're on a roll. I think we can do this. This is something that should be apolitical, amoral. Let's work together to move our state forward. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Jill Gamble, and I'm the Coastal Resilience Specialist at the University of Georgia Marine Extension and Georgia Sea Grant. UGA is one of the founding partners of the Georgia Climate Project, and we're so happy to be here with you all. So I help communities in coastal Georgia plan for flooding from sea level rise. However, I live 4 hours from the coast in Athens, Georgia. As a resident of Athens, it is my pleasure to introduce our next speaker. Like so many of the climate leaders that you have met at this conference, Mayor Kelly Girtz is making an impact across multiple domains. As an educator, he served as Regional Director for Student Services at Foothills Education Charter High School, a public evening high school supporting nearly 2,000 students at 14 locations across Northeast Georgia, including at 3 state prisons. Prior to this, he was a teacher and then principal at Classic City High School. Mayor Girtz first ran for office while he was teaching, and after serving as a county commissioner for the last 12 years, he was elected mayor of Athens-Clarke County in January 2018, in 2018, taking office in January 2019. He has made sustainability a top priority. Under his leadership, Athens-Clarke County has adopted a 100% clean energy plan, joining Atlanta, Augusta, and Clarkston, Georgia, in transitioning to entirely clean and renewable energy sources. This plan is already being put into action, as earlier this year, Athens-Clarke County dedicated a new solar array, which is expected to produce 1 million kilowatt hours per year. Just this week, Athens-Clarke County voters approved a package of $15.8 million to fund the equipment and technology needed to support this transition to renewable energy. Yes. We are so grateful to have him here. Please join me in welcoming Mayor Kelly Girtz.
Good morning. I feel a lot like Tim, like we should have gone home about 20 minutes ago. I'm a music guy, and so it's almost like the fake opening act followed the headliner. Like Nina Simone came up and sang, "I put a spell on you," and then a couple of elected officials are the Milli Vanilli with some fake braids and some lousy dance moves and some lip syncing. So but we are going to persist as we do. I want to begin by going way back. I'm the son of a lifetime enlisted naval member, Daryl Gertz, and when my dad was in his second duty station in Oakland, California, in the early 1970s, I had my first memories of life. And I think one of my very, very first memories of being in this skin on this planet was holding my mom's hand as a probably 2 or 3 year old, walking down the street in Oakland, California. And every day we'd walk by this set of row homes, and at the very end of this row home was a fence surrounding a small yard, high fence to a 2-year-old. And just over the top of that fence, I could see the bow and the mast of a boat. And so in my 2-year-old mind, I thought, behind that house must be the ocean back there, because I could see a boat, and it must be on the water, right? Well, as you know, that was an illusion. And 45 years later, it'd be easy to continue to live with illusions. It's easy every day to wake up, and I can wake up and think, man, I've got some locally roasted coffee on my shelf. Was able to get some organic Target brand half and half that's sitting in my fridge. And gee, the lights come on when I flip the switch. Everything must be dandy. Just must be. Unfortunately, the reality of my life now as an elected policymaker is that I can't live with the same kind of illusions that I could live with when I was 2 years old, walking down that street in Oakland. Because if I held illusions, I'd be ignoring lots of facts and lots of realities. I'd be ignoring the fact that our topsoil in Athens, where I live, and across the state, has been decimated over 2 centuries. I'd be ignoring the loss of tree canopy and old-growth forests in our state. I'd be ignoring the sedimentation of our rivers and streams and the commensurate loss of hundreds of species. And I'm not in the maybe enviable position to be able to live with illusions and ignore all these things. I can't ignore the heat island effect that we have even in a relatively small metropolitan area of Athens, Georgia, with the 130,000 residents in my jurisdiction and the 250,000 residents in our small metro. Now, that means that not living with illusions, I've got to think in solid terms. I've got to think in tangible terms. And for politicians, that can be difficult, because politicians sometimes like to think in grandiose terms. They like to think in terms of fairy dust and magical thinking. And you probably have recognized, for private institutions and public institutions alike, when we are at our rock bottom shittiest is when we are using magical thinking in the midst of big transformations and big transitions. You can look at the Sears Roebuck Company as an example of a company who is failing through an enormous transition in retail. You can think about the dwindling local paper in your community, if you even still have one, as a set of institutions struggling through big transitions. You think about the music industry, where, folks may be able to make a record in their bedroom, but they're not going to make any money on that, like they could make a generation ago. And certainly, you can think of our climate, and you can think of folks like Joe Manchin in West Virginia, who struggle to figure out how to manage amidst transitions. because we're not so good at that. You look at what could have been true 30 or 40 years ago when everybody saw the future coming. Yeah, I'm so grateful for the work of Tim and his colleagues getting us off of coal in this state where there's been a dramatic reduction in its use. I certainly want to continue to see that reduction, just like I also want to see the reduction in every other fossil fuel, including gas. But these transitions are going to mean we have to think in real, solid, tangible terms. I think Jill is kind enough to reference some of the work that we've done in Athens, and we have been making tangible transitions for some time now. One of the things that sucks the most energy from any local government, municipality, or county is your water supply system, treatment of fresh water, and management of your wastewater. So we installed just a year ago a solar facility at about 600 kilowatts that's going to take half the load off one of our 3 waste treatment facilities. That's a tangible thing that we can do, and I'm proud of that work. We have to put plans in place to extend that work, though. And it's not going to fall from the sky like manna from heaven. It's not going to land on my front porch like a meteor out of the space. It's going to take real planning. I'll just admit to you, I'm standing up here, I'm kind of the imposter in local government. And we have a great gentleman, Andrew Saunders, who is our sustainability officer in Athens-Clarke County, who is the real deal. And I've worked with Andrew, and this fiscal year we're spending $70,000 to have his office and some other consultants who are also the real deal put together those tangible steps that are going to make sure that we lead to completely coal-free energy in the 2030s and a completely fossil fuel-free transportation system by 2050. Thank you. And I can stand up here and I can honestly say, I wish those were earlier years. I wish we were there already. We need to be there already. But I also have to acknowledge that we're not living in the land of Oz and that there's not a golden path to follow. That we've got to think in practical, actual terms. I don't have a supply of fairy dust in my office. It's just not there. It's not doing anything. So I'm very excited that 78% of those folks who turned out to vote just 3 days ago on Tuesday approved the tangible dollars, the nearly $17 million that we are going to be able to spend over the next decade transitioning to completely coal-free energy in Athens-Clarke County. You know, when you're in the political world, you know, you hedge your bets sometimes, and you have this kind of over-under thinking, like, well, you know, how far can we go? How fast can we go? What's exciting, I think, parallel with what the PSC has seen, is that we started with a $10 million conversation over a decade, and we ended up with nearly $17 million over a decade. And I had hoped that best case scenario, 65% of the voters would find favor with this, but in fact it was 78% of the voters. And so that means this is on people's actual minds. You know, this is something that's going to make a difference for everybody within our jurisdiction. And I'm excited about that. We've done a lot of other things in Athens-Clarke County. I think one of the things we always have to think is, how do we reduce the bad stuff we're doing and enhance the great stuff we're doing? You know, we've got to make that fulcrum work on both ends. So again, we're reducing coal, but we're enhancing our tree canopy dramatically. So we have 20% of our landmass that's permanently protected tree canopy. And in fact, with that voluntary tree canopy beyond that, we have over 40% of our landmass that's tree canopy right now, and we're going to continue to go north from there. We also have to deal with the very tangible reality that we have a lot more people living in our jurisdiction. In 1962, there were 45,000 people in the combination of the then Athens and the then Clark County. Now, as a unified government under that same landmass, we have 130,000 people. So if we've tripled population, we've got to think very differently about where and how people live. So we're going to be dramatically increasing some density opportunities within Athens-Clarke County to make sure people are clustered close to the amenities and the resources they need, close to schools, close to grocery stores, close to parks, and that this is going to enhance the efficacy of everything in our community, enhance our economy, enhance our public transportation system. But that doesn't come without challenges. You know, every community around the state has its NIMBYites and has folks who might say that they want a cleaner environment. And in fact, you know, just fun fact you probably know, you know, if you find the lowest carbon footprint per individual, that would be in Manhattan within these United States. And that's because you got a lot of people clustered in close proximity. And every community in this state needs to realize that, you know, especially relatively low density but high population metros like the one that we're in right now. And speaking of the metro we're in right now, I'm looking up at the screen and I'm reading that this is the Georgia Climate Conference, that it's not just the Atlanta and a couple of other places climate conference. And while I'm deeply committed and devoted to my life as a policymaker, as mayor of the unified government of Athens-Clarke County, I realize that the conversation cannot and must not stop at our borders or the borders of the city of Atlanta or the borders of DeKalb County or the borders of Savannah or Chatham County. We have to say to ourselves, what's in this for Ludowici? What's in this for Fitzgerald? What's in this for Blue Ridge? What's in this for Swainsboro? For more than a generation, folks in this state have been talking about the two Georgias. And we can't think that one of those two Georgias is still lagging so far behind that you can't even see them over the horizon. In the last job that I was in before I was in the mayor's seat, I traveled all over the state supporting public educators, particularly those who were setting up evening high school programs in non-traditional settings. So I'd find myself at these conference centers all over the place. I've traveled down Highway 441. If you pass Dublin coming from my part of the state, you find yourself near the Little Lochmulgee State Park. And if you find yourself on that stretch of Highway 441, you can read these sort of moldy signs on the side of the road that call that Georgia's high-tech corridor. It's intriguing when you do that because sometimes the highest tech thing you'll see on that stretch of 441 is a rusted out combine on the side of the road. And you'll wonder whatever happened to that notion of Georgia's high-tech corridor, you know, and that sign appears to be somewhere from the Zell Miller administration age. But we really do need to be thinking about every one of those communities in small town and in rural Georgia. There's been an enormous amount of press, an enormous amount of writing, and a certain amount of hand-wringing from politicians about what do we do to keep the brain drain from happening in those communities, to keep those communities economically vital. And while there are, again, practical, tangible things that we have to think about, like where our high-carrying power lines are, we should very much be thinking about the link between places like Atlanta and places like Athens and places like Savannah to places like Ocilla. Because if we are not healthy throughout the state, that's going to be an anchor around everybody's neck in the state. So I really appreciate everybody being here. I appreciate so much the programming schedule here today with the headliner right plunked in the middle and 2 elected officials to follow. I appreciate every one of the educational institutions who's part of this. Particularly glad that the Ray Anderson Foundation was a sponsor of this event. If you're not familiar with Ray Anderson, he was a true giant in this state. A gentleman who, in his life, prior to his sad early death, demonstrated that you can actually earn a buck and do transformational things in the economy. If you've not had the opportunity to view it, you can go online and you can watch Ray talk about that illusion that I talked about earlier. And Ray would say that we carry with us this illusion that we're flying through the sky like Superman, like an eagle, but really we're just in free fall and our asses are going to hit the earth pretty soon. I want to close sort of echoing a theme that we heard earlier from the rock star of the presentation, and that is this notion that we're not doing this just for ourselves, but we're doing this for the next generation and the one to follow, and the one after that. And in the same way that as a public policy maker who's standing in front of you in 2019, I wish that people had made different decisions 40 and 100 and 150 years ago, we now have the opportunity to make sure that there aren't those future regrets. As the parent of a 7-year-old son who's back home in Athens in his first grade class right now, I reflect on this in a significant way every day. So I'm just going to end with a short statement that was part of the resolution that passed the Athens-Clarke County Commission 10-0 earlier this year, setting up this $17 million expenditure on clean energy that I referenced. And the commission approved the statement, whereas youth and future generations will be impacted more significantly by climate disruption than those currently in positions of power, we must recognize that youth will inherit the effects of the decisions of the past and have the most to lose from a lack of action in the present, and will spend their lives leading the transition to a truly green and sustainable economy. So, God bless you, and thank you for having me.
Good morning. My name is Jamie Mitchum. I'm a professor of geography and GIS at the University of North Georgia on the Gainesville campus. University of North Georgia is a state leadership institution in the Military College of Georgia. We have 20,000 students across 5 campuses in Northeast Georgia. Northeast Georgia has been impacted by climate change as well. 3 notable differences are Lake Lanier, which fluctuates pretty wildly now in a small watershed as precipitation intensity changes. Invasive species which are threatening our hemlocks in the southern Appalachians, as well as other factors in northeastern Georgia. My department is the Institute for Environmental and Spatial Analysis. We're a Center of Excellence in Geospatial Sciences, so the talks about mapping got me really excited this morning, and precision agriculture. So yay. And this has probably been the most exciting session I've ever attended at a conference, so good job. So University of North Georgia is honored to be a part of the Georgia Climate Project as an academic partner, and also participating in this conference, which has been outstanding. So I want to introduce our last speaker, who we had a shero before, and now we have a hero, I think, coming to stage, Ovi Muheli. He's an award-winning and nationally recognized retired professional athlete, turned environmental advocate and superhero creator. During his 9 seasons playing in the National Football League, Ovi was considered one of the best fullbacks in the NFL. He was the first Pro Bowl fullback in the history of the Atlanta Falcons and earned All-Pro honors twice while playing for the Falcons and Baltimore Ravens. Ovi continues to leverage his platform as founder and president of the Ovi Muheli Foundation, as an environmental spokesperson, advocate and author, media correspondent, and business owner of a medical consulting firm. Another very busy person. The Ovi Muheli Foundation has a vested interest in empowering and educating youth, as well as the less engaged, diverse communities to become the next generation of environmental change agents. He's a devoted husband and father of 3 young children. Becoming a father awakened Ovi to the connection of human health to our planet's health through a series of family difficulties when his 2 youngest children were born premature. Ovi recognized that we need a shift in our culture and how we the people connect with, see, and treat our planet. We can't breathe if we don't have clean air. We can't live if we don't have clean water. Since that awakening, Ovi works to raise the consciousness of young people in less engaged, diverse communities about the human-nature connection. He's organized numerous programs that combine athletics with environmental education. Ovi's latest work is the launch of Gridiron Green, a graphic novel featuring Obasi, a black superhero who defends humanity and protects Earth from the tyranny of destructive forces. Gridiron Green unites sports and environmental consciousness to raise awareness of climate change and evoke action to mitigate the impacts of environmental degradation and increased occurrences of extreme storms. Ovi served on the board with the U.S. Green Building Council. He was named the #2 eco-athlete in the world by the Planet Green Foundation, was the closing speaker at the White House's Sports and Sustainability Conference, spoke at the Climate Change Awards, and was the MC for both the Global Green and the Global Climate Action Summit. Please join me in welcoming to the stage Ovi Muheli.
Well, I can guarantee you they did not save the best for last. I apologize for everyone who's still here. Dr. Mildred McClain, I believe, was amazing. Absolutely amazing. I'm literally about to go find her coattails, hop on it, and just ride it everywhere she goes. I'm so excited to learn from people who are making a difference in this space. I thank you all for the work you're doing in the green space, because what you're doing is going to help my kids, my grandkids, and all kids. So I really appreciate it, and no one's done it yet, then give yourself a round of applause, please. Because I am a regular schmegular guy. Yeah, I did the whole NFL thing, and I played, with Ray Lewis and Deion Sanders and Tony Gonzalez and Julio, and I had a chance to be on football fields in front of 80, 90,000 people and, being broadcast out to millions. Yeah, I did some amazing stuff where, top 1% of the top 1%, by getting in the NFL, then being nominated the best at what I do, huge honor. All that stuff is, I have a whole room in my basement where I have trophies and footballs and signed paraphernalia, and it's nice. It reminds me of some of the blessings that God's given to me. But here's the crazy thing. All that stuff I've done, all the accomplishments I have, pale in comparison to what I'm doing now. It pales in comparison to the opportunity I have to leave a legacy for my kids. Because I made a lot of money in the NFL. Money's not going to give my kids the future they want. Just money. Big reason why I'm here is, I am different in a lot of ways. I don't know how many 6'2", 260-something, 2-time All-Pro fullbacks you have talking about climate, but I'm probably the first, and hopefully I can be not the last, because this is something that I feel like people like me should be focusing on. The reason I got into this, like was mentioned, because of my kids. I love my babies. I'll do anything for my babies. The reason I worked so hard in the league was so I can get to a point where I can take care of anything. Anything my family needed, I can take care of them. When my kids were born premature and they were in the NICU and they were fighting for their lives, I was traveling from Falcons practice to go to the NICU over at Gwinnett and check on the wife and calling her. Cell phone was in my pocket during practice. I had it on the sidelines and just worried about my kids just making it through. There were kids who didn't make it while my kids were in the NICU for 2 months. And it was a stressful time for my whole family. We finally got a chance to get them out, and the doctor said, the air quality in Atlanta right now is at a level to where it could be fatal for your kids. They have underdeveloped lungs, and it's just not safe. And it blew my mind. I said, but I'm over Muheli, but I've made lots of money, but I have the house and the cars, and I have the fame. And what do you mean that I can't take care of my kid and take them home? It just really crushed me, because I realize how powerless I am, how powerless we are, unless we do the right things now, that we may not see the instant results, but our grandkids and the future generations will. And that's where I got involved. And the more I got involved, the more I realized that this is something that I knew nothing about and didn't care about, and did the mistake that I did one time in the NFL, maybe more than one time. I had the mistake of saying someone else is going to deal with it. Someone else is going to take care of it. That's someone else's job. You know, I can't do everything. I'm a good guy. I'm nice to people, and I volunteer for nonprofits. I don't have to be an environmentalist as well. That's just wrong. It's wrong. That's how I thought. In the NFL, I thought one time, I used to play special teams. I'd run down, kick off cover, and I'm running tackle guy, but I'm tired. I'm like, someone else will make that tackle. Somebody else will figure it out. So I'm running, and my good buddy Coy Wire is with CNN right now. We were both. We call them headhunters. We go up there, we do our little high five, and we're like, I'll meet you down there. And I was just tired, I played fullback as well. So I'm running down, and Coy's up front. I'm like, he'll make the tackle, because he always does. And Coy goes, and the guy jukes him out. He misses it. Then we have another guy miss, and so I'm jogging, I'm sprinting, then I'm just hauling ass trying to get to the guy, and I dive and miss him by this much. And I'm like, gosh dang it. I got chewed out in the meetings the next day, and the coach was just like, why didn't you run fast from the beginning? I was just like, because Coy usually makes the play. Somebody's going to figure it out. He's like, no, you got to feel like you're the only guy on that field. You got to feel like you're the person who has to make that play. And I took that mentality into the environmental movement, because I was like, Al Gore and Paul Hawken and these guys, they'll figure it out. Like, they don't need a little Ovi Mahaley to do his part. They'll figure it out. Not the case. We all in here have to act like it's our job. It's something that we have to do. This is on us. Because quite frankly, it is. We all bring unique talents to the table. I don't have to go into, I had a whole thing here about environmental justice and about how important it was, but you guys have already heard, and you understand that the poor, the most vulnerable, people of color, we're dealing with the worst of it. And like she said, it's not that, that group, our group, doesn't want to be involved. It's that no one's really engaging us on why we should be involved. No one's engaging us correctly on how it matters to us. That's what needs to happen. If that changes, then we got something. Like was read earlier, polar bears isn't something that people care about if they're worried about putting food on the table. My foundation's been working for the last 10 years. I go and talk to kids at these public schools, these opportunity zones in Title I areas, and they're like, Mr. Mahaley, I'll be honest with you, why these white people coming down here telling us we gotta not use straws and turn off our lights and use less water, and they're the ones who made the problem, right? So why they come to us here with their guilt and saying, you fix this and you do this, you do that? I don't get it. Like, why do I have to fix their problem? I said, I understand, little man, you make a great point, but here's the thing. Your house is burning, the earth's burning. Doesn't matter who caused it. Right now, we all got to be part of the solution. We all got to fix it. He's like, I hear that, but it's just, this ain't for me. I said, yes, it is. He's like, there ain't no money in this space. I said, that's where you're wrong. And that's where we've been having a lot of traction in the green space by getting more people to be involved in this. If we can show a kid how they can make green from going green and make a difference, you got something powerful. A lot of the kids I talk to, they're all involved in social justice, but they don't know that social justice is environmental justice, and environmental justice is social justice. Because no one's made that connection for them. No one's broken it down like my girl was saying earlier, like the doc was saying. They make it too complicated. And I love the mapping, I love the layering, I love the big sounding words and of everything that's going on here. But you go to a kid who wants to he just wants better for himself, better for his family. He realizes that his air quality is worse. He realizes that, more people around him have asthma. He realizes that his groundwater might be polluted. He realizes that, I'm in a pretty crappy situation, but there's not really a way out. I don't really see light at the end of that tunnel. There is one, and if you find a delivery system, if you find a way to connect and resonate with them, that's going to allow them to say, you know what, I do want to make green by going green. I do want to make a difference. I want to be a part of that. You got something special. And that's what we're doing with a comic book that the UNICEF has sponsored called Gridiron Green, where we're literally being able to go into classrooms, put this comic book into schools, have kids read a comic book and be tested on what they read, not by using pen and paper, but by playing a video game. So our comic book, our curriculum, and our gamification is something that we plan to change not only Georgia, but eventually change the country and the world with. It's something that I'm so passionate about because part of the reason I'm here is there was another comic book and a cartoon that influenced me. You probably heard of it, Captain Planet. So I am probably one of the biggest Captain Planet fans ever. I'm almost ashamed to say about it because I know the whole jingle, and I was there singing. I was 13-year-old me singing Captain Planet, he's a hero, gonna take pollution down. I was so excited about it because, but even now at 39, it puts a smile on my face. Like I'm old. I was at the Atlanta Business Chronicle. I was honored there for 40 Under 40, and really, just excited to share with that group about, what I'm doing. But with the Captain Planet cartoon, the whole thing, it planted a seed in my body, in my spirit, in my mind, in my soul. And it connected me because Kwame was African, and I'm African. I'm the son of Nigerian immigrants. And I was like, you know what? All right, this is for me. This is something that I can do. I want to be a part of this. It's hard to be what you can't see. And for people who look like me, they go into the environmental movement. I've spoken at Green Biz and Sustainable Brands. I went to an ocean plastic cruise. I go to a lot of the conferences. And I always say, look to your left and look to your right. How many people look like me? I can usually stop my fingers and toes before I can say, all right, is this a problem? Because if this is a problem, you'd fix it. And the people who can fix it are in the room. And it hasn't been fixed. I got involved in the movement in 2009. And I was blessed to meet Al Gore when he came in town because he was excited to meet an NFL player who was pushing the environment. So I met with him and spoke with him. One of the things he said is that you have a powerful tool to help grow this movement. He's like, just you existing, using the power of sports can help change or fix the diversity problem we have in this space. Obviously, I've been doing a bad job because it's still there. In 2019, the same problem that in 2009 with diversity is still here. And it's going to be the same problem 2029, 2039, 2049, unless the people in this room and those who are in power say, you know what, let's be intentional about bringing more people to the stage, about bringing more people to this issue. Let's be intentional about next time when we have the leaders of the environmental movement in a room, it looks like Georgia. It looks like America. When I say intentional, don't say put it on a page 6 of that we're all for diversity and inclusion. No, what actions are you doing? Because back to football, talk is cheap. I have people all the time and say, oh, I'm going to beat you behind when I get on the field. They don't say beat you behind, they say worse stuff. I'm going to get you and I'm going to take you out. I said, all right, dude, we'll see. And we get on the field and I line up and I get in front of them. I put these big paws on them and take them where I want them to go, usually to the ground. And it's about action. It's what action are you going to do? I've been working with Atlanta Public Schools and really excited. We're really close to getting this comic book in several STEM clusters, but we're looking for corporations. We're looking for, well, thank you. And I love APS, Rachel Sprecher, the whole group down there. They get it. They know that the science, technology, engineering, and math is important, but the science, technology, engineering, and math in the sustainability space is even more important. Because if you get those kids to, go green and make money from going green and make a difference, you got something really powerful. So we're trying to find people who aren't just about handshakes and high fives, or people who are about, let me help you find the funding to go this. Let you go here in Athens. I want you to be in this school. You should be in this middle school, this high school. Because we may not be able to connect with these kids, but kids love sports. Kids want to be more involved. The kids want better for themselves. If we bring you there, we bring the opportunity to put this into these schools, we can fix several problems and have every child thinking about what they can do to become part of the solution. It's a two-way street. We have to reach down to these kids, and they have to be invested in reaching back. Because you can't help somebody who wants to be helped. You can't help somebody who thinks that you're just trying to do it because you're bored or you want to make yourself feel better. And a lot of these kids feel that way. You have to honestly, organically grow them from middle school, high school to where they get it. You can't fix a problem if you don't know there's a problem. You have to know there's a problem and know that they can be part of the solution. That's what's powerful. In closing, I always say that we have the ability to have as many people on this environmental green team as possible. Imagine if the Falcons or any NFL team said, you know what, I know it's 11-11, but you guys can have as many people on offense or defense as you want. Why in God's name would you have just 11 people on offense still? Especially this year's Falcons. We need all the people we can get. All the people we can get. I apologize for this year. It's been rough for me personally too. So we're gonna figure it out soon. But it's like the same thing though in the environmental game. God's looking down at us saying like, y'all do realize that y'all can have everyone involved in this environmental movement. Why are you sticking to a small segment of the population? Why are you sticking to majority, Caucasian, majority male group? Why are you not reaching out to, every single, ethnicity and socioeconomic status? Why aren't you guys? Everyone's saying, this administration is saying that you guys get, 10 to 12 years to start figuring stuff out, and the urgency's not there. You're not being intentional, finding different ways to connect with people. You're saying you want to do it, but again, actions. Who's actually stepping up? Who's actually doing that? So that's where I want to try and make this not just a, hey, great talk, hey, loved your speech, hey, doing great work, and then you go on to your lives. I love to talk to as many of you as possible who want to get this into schools, who want to get this a curriculum involved in universities, who want to get more people who look like me involved, because that helps all of us. So I apologize if I'm coming on a little bit too strong. I tend to do that at times, but I don't play around when it comes to my babies. I do not. And I had a slideshow, but it was longer than 10 minutes. And there's a picture of my kids when they're premature, and they can fit in a shoebox. They were little pink, babies just fighting for their lives. And it bothers me. It bothers me that people aren't as pissed off as I am at times, that I had to have a situation where the doctor's telling me, I know your kids are fighting for their lives for 2 months, but they're going to have to fight a little bit more because we just didn't care. We were dealing with our own issues, with our own problems, and it's not that important to us because, I'm not dealing with the issues that other kids may be dealing with. I'm in my nice community. My air quality is not too bad. I drive the car that I drive. I'm good. Like it's been mentioned several times, I'm just, skating along. I'm good. That bothers me. So every night I go to sleep, I want to lay my head down knowing that I did everything I could on that day, because tomorrow's not guaranteed, everything I could on that day to make sure that I leave a legacy that will go on long beyond my kids' lives, my grandkids' lives, future generations. And that's what we all should be doing. So I want you to be a part of getting off the sidelines and getting to the green game, because it's a game we have to win. Thank you.
We were excited about the lineup this morning, but we had no idea. Thank you all. Please just join me, Casey Cox, Mildred McLean, Tim Eccles, Kelly Gertz, Ovi Mihaly. Please join me in thanking them one more time. Because of what just happened, which was amazing, you might notice the schedule on the back of your badge looks different from where we are now. And that is totally okay, because we've got the cushion that we have is the much more boring time we're going to spend in the closing plenary. We're still going to spend time there, but we're going to squish that. So I want to give you just new timing to plan with. And do we have our moderators for the breakouts here? Can you? All right, I see at least Ben. And for those who are moderating, especially those who are timekeeping, take note of these times. So here's the plan. We're going to still take a break because you need a break. We're going to start back up at 11:10 with our breakouts. We're still going to run them for a full 75 minutes. So note takers, timekeepers, moderators, 12:25 is your hard stop for the sessions. With your permission, we're not going to have that next break because we're just having one now later. And we're going to come straight back for just 30 minutes for the closing plenary, and we're really determined to try to get out of here at 1 o'clock as scheduled. So thank you all for being here. Thanks for an amazing, amazing morning session, and we'll see you soon.
Everyone, thank you for joining us for Climate and Health. We are starting in about 30 seconds. If I could please get the panel to join us at the front of the room.
Sounds good. So, and I'm just doing a little short one, and then there'll be 4 presentations. All right, hello everyone. We'll let everyone come in, take your seats. So this session is on climate and health in Georgia, and I was, first of all, my name is Paul Schramm. I'm the climate science team lead for the climate health program at CDC here in Atlanta. So I was really excited to see that health came up during the plenary session this morning because I didn't hear too much about health yesterday. And a lot of times when we're thinking about climate resiliency, climate adaptation, there's a lot of focus on infrastructure, on systems, on agriculture, on energy. But really human health is something that climate change can impact in a lot of ways. And that's already happening here in Georgia. We've already seen it with things like shifts in vector-borne disease, increasing number of extreme heat events, and a lot of different things across the state that are not only happening already, but are projected to continue. So in this session, we're going to hear from 4 different speakers about their work on health effects from climate change here in Georgia. And I think it should be a really interesting session. We'll be covering a lot of different topics ranging from pollen to heat. And there really will be a focus on health equity and how climate is in fact affecting the health of the most vulnerable populations. So because you can read all of those bios online, I'm not going to read all of them, but I'll just introduce each speaker by their title. So our first speaker is Claudia Brown, who is a health scientist, and she works with me at Centers for Disease Control and Prevention. So, Claudia.
Hey everyone. So as Paul mentioned, I'm a health scientist with the CDC's Climate and Health Program. Let's see. So in the CDC, we're thinking about health in a whole range of and host of issues. While today I'm going to be focused on some of our respiratory health focus around pollen, specifically in Atlanta and Georgia. You can see here that that actually climate change has huge direct and indirect impacts on public health, ranging from changes in in prevalence and severity of heat-related or high heat days, extreme weather events, respiratory health issues related to wildfires and pollen, and as well as ozone and those high smog days. And then changes in vector-borne diseases. So that's ticks and mosquitoes and the host of diseases that are associated with that. So here in Georgia, we're all very familiar with the pollen. I grew up in Calhoun, Georgia, went to Athens for undergrad, and live in Atlanta. I mean, we have a huge pollen season. In March, we all see that yellow film coat our cars. It makes us feel a little groggy, not feel too good. And it has significant public health effects. So hay fever, which is caused by seasonal allergies, affects 30 to 60 million people. That's 15 to 20% of adults, and a disproportionate effect on children with up to 40%. Outdoor seasonal allergies also exacerbate pre-existing health conditions. If you have asthma or COPD, allergic rhinitis and seasonal allergies can really aggravate that. And then there's huge economic effects of this. So the annual medical costs related to pollen exceed $11 billion per year. And that's not including the indirect effects of lost school and work days. So this is what the pollen season looks like in Atlanta. We can thank our Atlanta Allergy and Asthma Clinic up in Marietta for this data. Pollen data is actually very difficult to collect, very resource and time intensive. So we are lucky that here in Atlanta, we do have a National Allergy Bureau certified pollen counting station, and there are only around 80 of those in the US. And this is one of the longest standing counting stations in the US with over 25 years of data. So we've been working closely with them and looking at the trends and the seasonality of this. So this is the average pollen season, though pollen seasons vary year to year pretty dramatically. You can see the red is tree pollen, the green is grass pollen, and the blue is weed. So we really have in the springtime a high tree pollen count starting around March. Then as we move into the summer, the grass pollen starts to peak, and then our weed pollen season peaks in the fall around September, October. So this graph is a little misleading because while we have really high pollen in the spring from trees, there are significant health impacts from the grass and weed pollen, even though they're much lower pollen levels. They're very allergenic. So then this is what the distribution looks like. In the spring, we have, as I mentioned, primarily tree, and that's split between oak and pine. Pine pollen is that really thick yellow pollen that you're seeing on your cars that, I don't know if you saw the videos last year of a tractor hitting a tree in Atlanta and all this pollen came out of it. That's the pine pollen. And while you see it, it's so large that our bodies actually don't absorb that as much as some of the pollens that we don't see that are much finer, such as the oak. Though they do peak at the same time. So when you see that thick yellow, you're actually experiencing the peak of the tree pollen season as well. And then the fall distribution is primarily ragweed. And that's very allergenic. You see that in areas where the land has not been kept up. It takes over when not mowed, and it really has a huge health impact. And then a little bit of elm tree pollen in the fall. So what are we seeing with climate change? Climate change, as we know, is extending our summers, they're shortening our winters, and that's having an effect on how the pollen season distributes in all places. And it's causing the pollen season to shift earlier, so it's starting earlier, and then it's also lasting longer. And we're also seeing with increases in CO2 that plants are more productive, which is creating more pollen. So we're actually seeing higher pollen counts. This chart on the right is showing a look at change in ragweed pollen season length across the US. You'll see as you move further north, we're seeing a higher increase in the pollen season for ragweed, though we're still seeing that increase in the south as well. And then that has health implications. We're seeing allergic rhinitis prevalence increase. A study found that from 10% of the population that suffered from allergic rhinitis in 1970 increased to 30% in 2000. And this is being seen globally. So at CDC, we did a literature review looking at 62 peer-reviewed studies and hundreds of pollen analyses, and found that this is a similar trend all over the world. We're seeing an earlier start date, a later end date, and an earlier peak date, so the whole season's kind of shifting. And when we're looking at production, we're seeing increases all across the board, from total annual pollen to mean daily pollen to peak pollen, which is that highest pollen level that we see in the year. So now I'm going to kind of drill this down to what we're seeing in Atlanta. This is looking at temperature averages across the years that we have data, pollen data for. You'll see the top left is spring temperature minimums are increasing. The number of freeze days are decreasing. And then the summer maximum and minimum temperatures are increasing. And we're seeing that shift in the pollen season. So this is looking at the length of the tree pollen season in Atlanta, and that's a really significant increase from year to year in general trend. So similarly, we're seeing that increase in pollen production. So we have analysis that looked at the change in various months for different groups of pollen. And we're seeing that increase in specifically all pollen types, both all year round and in the spring and in the fall. And with that, we're seeing, which is important for health, but an increase in the number of high pollen days. So while the pollen season might be really long, the number of days where it's high, those are the days that, as someone who suffers from allergies, I'm most concerned about. And we're seeing an increase. That green is the spring tree season, seeing an increase in the number of high pollen days. The orange is the fall weed season, and we're additionally seeing a little bit more of an increase in that number of high pollen days. And so then, going back to kind of piecing this all together, we're seeing these trends in the pollen, and we know what our climate trends are, though actually conducting a correlation analysis looking at how the temperature is directly impacted or connected with the pollen counts, that's the next step to say, what is the causation or association of the two. So this is showing the spring average temperatures and how that compares to the peak pollen day. So while it looks like a decrease, it's the day of year So it's showing that the peak pollen day is becoming earlier as temperatures increase, which is what we're seeing. And then similarly, as temperatures increase, we're seeing a increase in the average pollen counts. So why is this important, and what can we do about it? Understanding, as I mentioned, Atlanta is one of the few pollen stations in the U.S. This information is really important. We have a huge knowledge gap around pollen and how it's occurring across the U.S. and how climate is affecting it. This is important for not only people that suffer from allergies, but the physicians and allergists themselves that are treating these patients. Because as we have found, there are some treatments that require starting weeks ahead of time to prepare for the pollen season. So very important to know more and kind of gain more knowledge about what's going on with pollen in the U.S. Thank you.
Let's see if I can work the mobile mic. Okay, so we will have time at the end for general questions about climate and health, but we also have time now if anyone has specific questions about pollen in Atlanta for Claudia. And we'll be using the microphone because we are live streaming. Yeah.
Although you looked at the relationship between temperature and pollen, I'm wondering about how rainfall mediates the effect between the two as we move into droughts.
Right.
How will that impact
So
pollen?
yeah, that's a very good question, and that's something we've been looking at. It's actually more complicated with rainfall and how it affects plant production. So it's not clear because you could be looking at years ahead of time in the drought index, and that has a negative effect on the plant production, whereas the rainfall within the season also has a big impact, and we're seeing so much variation. So we haven't found a great link between the two. I think it also varies from species to species, where weeds are much more affected by the rainfall versus trees and these kind of longer living plants.
Other questions? All right, well, as I said, we'll have more time at the end, but thank you again, Claudia. So our next speaker is Major David DeGroot, who's the director of the Heat Center at Fort Benning. Major?
Good morning, everybody. Thank you for the opportunity to talk to you today. I'll make sure I use the remote correctly here. So yeah, as introduced, I'm the director of the Heat Center at Fort Benning. This is actually a new initiative of the U.S. Army. It actually was created officially when I got there this summer. I've been a Georgia resident for, count it, all of 4 months. I just moved here from Hawaii, actually, so quite a change. But that's what the military does to you. But the military's interest in the health effects of environmental extremes, so talking a little more broadly, not just heat, but also cold and high altitude, dates back quite a way. I'm getting ahead of myself. Talk real briefly. So Fort Benning, one of 3 military Army bases, one of 3 Army bases in Georgia. There's also Fort Stewart and Fort Benning. They have a much lower heat illness incidence than we do at Fort Benning by virtue of the population of soldiers they have there and what they do. Fort Gordon is primarily signals and cyber, and it's not a training base. Fort Stewart there is an infantry division there, but those are soldiers who have been in the Army for, as I sometimes joke around Fort Benning, more than a day. Fort Benning is a major basic training installation. Half of all U.S. Army soldiers do their initial entry training at Fort Benning, where they may be coming from other climates where they're not acclimatized to the heat. Their physical fitness is not as high as a soldier who's been in for a while, and we know that physical fitness is protective against heat illness. Okay, yeah, here's my historical perspectives piece. There's an organization called the Harvard Fatigue Laboratory. It was actually in the Harvard Business School of all places. This went from 1927 to 1947, funded, a lot of its funding came from what was then called the Department of War. The Department of Defense funded a lot of the work there, and they looked at the effects of environmental extremes on warfighter health and performance. A well-known environmental physiologist named Edward Adolph, under contract for the U.S. Army in 1947, published a book, Physiology of Man in the Desert. How does man cope with extreme heat, dehydration? So some of our early knowledge of the negative effects of dehydration on physical fitness and performance was from Adolph's work. The Army itself had its own laboratories dating back to the World War II era. One, climate's right up there in the title of one of them, the Climatic Research Laboratory in Lawrence, Massachusetts, and another place called the Armored Medical Research Lab that was at Fort Knox, Kentucky. And actually those two units merged into the Army Research Institute of Environmental Medicine. And actually that's actually where my career started 22 years ago. Still in operation. They do great basic and applied science there, but what they don't have the ability to do is study actual heat casualties. If we don't do anything clinically oriented on someone who has become a heat casualty, you can't ethically, the IRBs don't let you do that sort of thing, right? we can't induce heat casualties. So they've been limited in what they can do. So that's part of why we have the Heat Center at Fort Benning. A tool that's used throughout, not just in the military, but in athletics, and the NCAA based their guidelines, is the Wet Bulb Globe Temperature Index. This has its roots. It was created by a pair of docs at Marine Corps Recruit Depot, Paris Island they started their work in 1953. The work was published in 57, but it was just simply stratifying risk based on temperature and implementing mandatory work-rest ratios to reduce the incidence. And I'll see if I can come over this so I can talk to the slide a little bit. I know you can't read the figure to the right, but if you look in that bottommost curve, the one that to the far right is the lowest, the y-axis is incidence. That is that's the incidence rate after they implemented their controls of when the WBGT, the military's version of a heat index, exceeds a certain temperature, mandatory reductions in or changes in the work-rest ratio, so more rest time, less work time in the heat. And this is still used today. Our guiding document for heat stress is a document, Technical Bulletin Medical 507, Heat Stress and Heat Casualty Management. That's the highest level doctrinal document in the Army for reducing heat casualties. And we still use the WBGT as our guiding document. This is some current data for across the Army. I highlight in that red box at the top right, when you look at every installation, not just in the Army, but in the Department of Defense, just in frequency. So we're not talking incidence, that's a different variable. Just frequency, Fort Benning has the dubious distinction. We're at the top, year in and year out, for the number of heat casualties we have. By virtue of, it's the training we do there. The figure on the left, if you just look at just the trend line, which way it's going, it's increasing. That's our incidence of both heat exhaustion and heat stroke over the last 5 years. So the problem certainly isn't going away. And Fort Benning is getting bigger. They've just almost doubled basic training from 14 to 22 weeks if you're infantry. Well, that's their basic training and their advanced individual training. So at any one time, our population is going to increase about 50%. This is some work I did a couple of years ago when I was at the Army Public Health Center, just looking at the weeks of the year and the distribution of our heat casualties across the year. And this is particularly for Fort Benning. You'll see that year-round heat illness is a risk there. Obviously, it peaks in the summer months. It doesn't take a big stretch of the imagination to think what these curves are going to look like. So the red curve is the dry bulb temperature, the green is the blue is the wet bulb temperature. And then the vertical bars is the incidence of heat casualties that they mirror each other. It gets warmer, the incidence goes up. Well, imagine with climate change, just shifting that whole curve upward at every point, the number of heat casualties we're going to see is going to increase. Part of our And this can be quite serious. My friend and colleague Robert Carter a couple years ago published a retrospective study. Over a 22-year period, we had 37 deaths attributable to heat in the military. Just at Fort Benning, over a 20-year period, we've had 8 deaths due to either heat stroke or hyponatremia, water intoxication, which is often coincident with heat. And what happens is we get into this cycle that we've called it the tragedy loop, that you have one of these tragic deaths. Trainee dies. The last one we had was 2016. Oh crap, we have to do better. And we do. There's more attention paid to prevention measures, to getting out there and educating the drill sergeants and the small unit leaders to recognize someone who's suffering some adverse effects from heat before it gets really bad. Training, and you do good. But so there's a period of sustained performance, but it's the military. People move every 2 or 3 years. In 3 years, you've had 100% turnover in some units. There's no such thing as institutional memory in some organizations. So then it happens again. So we're trying to break that loop. Now, that's part of what we're trying to do with the heat center. Oops, I'm hitting the wrong button. That's why it's not advancing. So, like I said, it was just established this year formally. Right now, it's myself and a couple of contractors and a bunch of the staff from the hospital, but there's only 3 of us that our only job is the heat center. The rest of the supporting people are clinicians who have other primary jobs. And I say it started in 2017 because that was the last death we had there was 2016, and some of the clinicians who were still there were the clinicians who treated this casualty when they showed up in the emergency department at Martin Army Community Hospital. So for some people, it's personal, trying to break this cycle. We're actually working in conjunction with the Uniformed Services University of the Health Sciences. If you've never heard of that, it's co-located with Walter Reed National Military Medical Center in DC. It's the Department of Defense has its own medical school. If you didn't know that, that's the Uniformed Services University. It's the DoD's medical school. Within that, there's an organization, the Consortium for Health and Military Performance. So we're closely aligned with them because what we're doing is a DoD, we want to benefit the whole DoD. Yes, my focus most of the time is Fort Benning. What can we do getting out there, working with unit leaders and whatnot to minimize the incidence of heat casualties, which are going to happen, but also to spread lessons learned and to serve as a resource across the DoD, because while we lead the DoD in frequency, overall we're still only about 15% across the entire DoD. The Marine Corps has the same problem with Quantico and Parris Island. The Air Force does all their enlisted basic training in San Antonio, Texas. They have a heat stress problem down there. The Navy does too, and they do their basic training in Great Lakes in Illinois, but nonetheless, they still have heat problems. So really what we're doing is 3 lines of effort. One is prevention. I get out there and brief full colonel brigade commanders who are just coming into command there. Hey, this is what you have to cope with. This is the historical challenges you're gonna have as a leader when it comes to heat illness in your formations, right down to drill sergeant's level of a room full like this, an audience like this of drill sergeants, the instructors who are out there every day working with the trainees. What do they need to know? The medical management, what can we do to improve the clinical care? One of the things we've done there is all of the ambulances on base, because we've got our own on-base EMS, have a device called an iStat. This is where we can get their serum sodium levels and make that distinction between a hyponatremia and a heat stroke, because symptomatology-wise, they can look very similar. So we need to make early determination. They have chilled saline on the vehicles. They can do cooling and route care. So we've pushed the patient care beyond the walls of the hospital to the ambulances, sharing those protocols with other installations. And then research, leveraging that volume of casualties. I mentioned earlier Usarium and their great work in basic applied science and heat stress, but they can't work with casualties. Well, we have a lot of casualties there. Let's see what we can do to understand return to duty. If I've suffered a severe heat stroke, when is it safe for me to go back to my unit with unrestricted duty and do my job, whatever that job is for the Army, in a way that's not going to pose additional risk to my health because I haven't fully recovered. If my liver or kidneys are still damaged from the heat stress, if I'm still suffering the effects of rhabdomyolysis, there's a lot we don't know about the return to duty. And then the balance of that coin is we don't want to keep them on restricted duty for too long because that impacts unit readiness. So there's a balance to that. So those are really the big picture strategic goals of what we're trying to do at Fort Benning. So thank you for your time and attention. I appreciate it.
All right. Thanks. Oh, you're good. Thanks, Major Groot. Questions?
That was a great presentation. I have a few family members that are in the Army and also retired Air Force. So my question to you is, after seeing these deaths attributed to heat stress, is the Army, because it's hard to reinforce change if the culture isn't accepting it, so has the Army or the military in general been trying to change the culture at like these training facilities?
Yeah, that's a great question, and I get what you're getting at. And that is something we do address, because when I talk with unit leaders, one of the risk factors we identify is someone who's highly motivated, and that kind of speaks to the culture a little bit. If I'm hypothetically, I'm an infantryman at Fort Drum, New York, which is north of Syracuse. Their summer is not the same as South Georgia. And I've been waiting for months to get a slot to go to Ranger School, and my Ranger School date is now in July. That person is highly motivated to excel, to not fail that course he's waited to get into for a long time. That alone makes it a risk factor. That's some cultural thing, and to not be afraid to, it's not admitting weakness. It's the same thing, the same cultural shift we've been trying to push with seeking out assistance for mental health and PTSD and stuff, that destigmatizing those sorts of things, that it shouldn't be viewed as a sign of weakness when you're doing the right thing, you're being smart and slowing down, you're stepping out of a formation because you're at risk. So that is something we do address. Culturally, big Army, I don't know how we can affect that.
I mean, I know it varies from to each base.
Yeah.
And just kind of following up with that question, I know you said that you are implementing them into the education and the training. Have the people who are teaching it, have they been buying into it? Because it's really hard to make change if the people that are selling it don't really buy into it, if that makes sense.
No, it absolutely makes perfect sense, and I think we do have good buy-in. One thing about what we're doing, so on one of my earlier slides, I said, when I talked about the number of cases, especially with the deaths, these are preventable.
Right.
Every death is preventable. Heat exhaustion, which is relatively mild, I could have a heat exhaustion today and return to duty tomorrow. It's a cardiovascular sufficiency. There's no damage. That's inevitable. We're doing military training in the summer in South Georgia. It's going to happen. It's the heat strokes and the deaths, and the severe heat strokes, the kid who's hospitalized for a week, that we want to address. So when I do talk to guys, I ask them questions. Like, one, we have a misconception with hydration and the importance of that as a risk factor. And it's a really two-part question. How many of you think that you can be normally hydrated and still become a heat casualty? And I just show of hands, because you can, yes. How many of you believe that you can be dehydrated? I'm talking 2 or 3% body weight loss due to dehydration and not become a heat casualty, because you can be hit. It's not a good correlation, that breaking those molds, because one of the problems we have, we mentioned hyponatremia, water intoxication, is a behavioral problem. It's not a medical problem, it's behavioral. This is people purposefully over drinking in an effort, because I go into the PX on base, and you go into the section where you can buy the reusable water bottles, and it has written on the sides, hydrate or die. God, it's terrible messaging, drives us nuts. This year, we've had 15 kids hospitalized due to hyponatremia, one with a minor brain bleed because of cerebral edema. And this is a behavioral problem because he thought he was protecting himself by ignoring his body's signals to say, stop drinking. And keeps drinking. So that is definitely, we're getting there.
Yeah, and additionally, electrolytes aren't being being
Yes.
generated because so much water, you're drowning yourself. So,
Yep.
yeah, so that's all my questions.
All right.
Things. Thank you.
Yep.
Other questions? Nope. All right.
All right.
Thank you. So our next speaker is Guanyu Huang, an assistant professor of environmental and health sciences at Spelman College. So we'll hear a little bit about the research that's happening locally at a university. Guanyu.
Good morning. My name is Guanyu Huang, assistant professor of Spelman College. All right, here we go. So I'm going to talk about the high temperature and preterm birth rate at Atlanta. And this research is actually based on my student thesis. And she actually graduated in May, and she's now a student of at Auburn University. You know, as a person graduated from University of Alabama, it was really kind of hard for me to send my first student at Spelman to Auburn. So and also I would like to thank my student, Alex Brooks. She's right over there. She did a lot great job to this research, and also my colleague at Department of Mathematics at Spelman College. Okay, so as we know that Atlanta is the 10th largest metropolitan area in the United States, and we have many new babies, and the north side hospital is called their baby factory because we have many newborn babies in north side hospital. And over the last few years, Atlanta is getting hotter and hotter. So I'm pretty sure everybody knows about that. And here's a question that coming to our mind that says how their high temperature may harm their women's health, especially for the pregnant women's health. And would this effects be the same for the women with different races? So the goal of this study is to understand how those high temperature would influence the preterm birth rate in Atlanta. Okay, so we've been talking a lot about climate, temperature. So I'm going to show you what's really going on with the temperature in Atlanta. Those data are actually from the NOAA local station in Atlanta areas. So the red is the daily maximum data, the green is the daily minimum temperature, and the black is the daily mean data. So as we do these, this is actually from 2007 to 2017. As you can see, Atlanta is getting really hot, and you can see here all those temperatures actually getting higher at 0.1 degrees Celsius a year. So if you combine them together in 10 years, averagely the temperature in Atlanta is actually increased 1 point-ish temperature over the last 10 years. So we also talk about the extreme temperature get more extreme. So I'm pretty sure many of you remember what happened at the January of 2014. We got a little bit of ice and snow in Atlanta, and the city was kind of closed. Yeah, and at that time I was at Cambridge, so I was like, there was not really ice. So yeah. Okay. At the same moment, air pollution and air quality also are critical for their people's health. This is actually the daily mean 8-hour average ozone values in Atlanta. Fortunately, Atlanta's ozone is actually getting lower over the last 10 years, 0.3-ish ppb per year, which means in the ozone, we get less ozone in Atlanta. And the EPA standard for ozone is actually 17, so we're good. We're good with ozone here, based on this number. Okay, particle matters, or those PM 2.5 and PM 10, which is basically the different size of the particle matters. So as you can see here, This is the EPA 24 PM2.5 standard, and PM10, PM2.5 are getting lower and lower in Atlanta. So we are pretty happy about those data, those results. Okay, let's take a look at the carbon monoxide and the NO2. For CO in Atlanta, it's pretty stable over the last 10 years, a little bit, but I don't think it's a critical increase. But unfortunately, NO2 is actually increasing in the last 10 years. This especially, we noticed that the trend before 2014, it was actually decreasing, and all of a sudden it's actually started to increasing in Atlanta. We think it is a very interesting, phenomenon. So we're gonna get more studies on that. It may be related to more people moving to Atlanta, those vehicles and cars, those emissions caused by the traffic. But we definitely need to study more on that. So let's take a look at what's really going on the climate and air quality in Atlanta. Temperature definitely, Atlanta is getting hotter and hotter, that's for sure. And air quality generally is getting much better than before. Unfortunately, especially the PM values and ozone are actually decreasing. For some reason, NO2 is increasing. Let's need more attention on that. So let's take a look at the birth number. Since we're just studying the high temperature and preterm birth rate. So we're focused on from May to September during 2017. As you know, that the summer in Atlanta is actually a lot longer than other places. So we define the Atlanta city areas as the Fulton and the DeKalb counties. So here is the number, birth numbers, give you the general ideas that how many babies that we have in the last 10 years during summertime in Georgia and Atlanta. So you basically see those race ratios, the different race structures in Atlanta and Georgia. Okay, so we studied the preterm birth rate as actually defined based on the CDC and the WHO is actually if their age is less than 37 weeks, we define it as their preterm birth. So as you can see that those preterm birth rate is definitely different to different races. And unfortunately, black women has much higher preterm birth rate than any other races. And it's easy to understand that Atlanta has a better preterm birth rate than the entire Georgia state. So then we actually did some regression study to see how the temperature is actually related to the preterm birth risk. Based on all the people and people of different races. Unfortunately, for the black people, they have the highest preterm birth risk at the same moment. It looks like as the temperature goes up, the preterm birth risk is actually goes up a little bit. And for the white people, it goes up a little bit as well, but not as big as the black people. So it is very interesting to see those Hispanic people and Asian people, as the temperature goes up, their risk actually goes down. So since it's very new research, we just did that. So we definitely need more further studies on why and how this could happen. Could be something wrong with their models or whatever. But this is true that the preterm birth rates are definitely different for the people of different races. So here's a little summary. Besides the air quality and the climate, we just talk about the relationship between the preterm birth rate and temperatures is actually varied to different races. And the preterm birth rate is controlled by many factors. We definitely would to do more research on that. And we thanks all the data provided by Georgia Department of Public Health, US EPA, and NOAA, and my student is supported by 2 NSF programs. Thank you so very much. And I would like to answer your questions.
All right, thank you, Dr. Huang. Questions? Eager question over here.
Thank you. I appreciate your last bullet about more work needed because it seems like there's a lot of other variables to control for in the model, like access to care, structural barriers that people have, problems with adequate prenatal care, and other behavioral factors and things like that could explain some of the trends in time.
Yeah, thank you so much for the comments. We definitely have those data, and we're actually working on those to make our model, accounting all those variables in this study. Thank you.
Hey, I'm not particularly knowledgeable over the different things that you could have measured for in the air. Why did you pick the particular, like particulates, carbon monoxide and not carbon dioxide?
Thank you for the question. Those are actually the EPA standard air pollutants that are actually by the law of Air Clean Act. So they're like the standard air pollutants that we believe has the most impacts for the people's health and in the field of air quality studies.
Hi, that was a great presentation.
Thank you.
Did you tease apart degree of prematurity at all? So less than 37-weeker outcomes are very different from like the early preterm birth outcomes, and I wonder if you saw any difference or layering out effect there.
We are still working on that. That's a great question and great comments. We definitely will, consider that in our research.
Other questions? All right, thank you.
Thank you so much.
So our last speaker is Ari Manangan, who's a health scientist and a health geographer in the Climate and Health Program at CDC. Ari?
All right, good morning, everyone. Can you hear me? All right, so I'm just going to click this button to advance through the slides. Okay, the green? All right. Okay, so today I'm going to be talking about flooding risk to medical infrastructure. So what we're doing is a national assessment of flooding risk to medical infrastructure, and what I mean by that are your hospitals, your nursing homes, or even your dialysis clinics. So what we did was we first compiled a comprehensive flood data set, combining data from FEMA, the National Flood Hazard Layer, and using the EPA data where there are data gaps. We then determined which facilities are within a flood hazard area, and then we assessed the capacity of these hospitals at risk of flooding. So when I talk about flooding risk, a lot of folks are familiar with the 100-year floodplain. So this is just kind of describes to you what the 100-year floodplain is. Here you have your stream channel, that's that dark blue water area. And the 100-year floodplain are the fringes of that, the floodway and the fringe. So a 100-year floodplain actually means there's a 1% chance of flooding risk in any given year. So a 500-year floodplain is a 0.2% chance of flooding in any given year. So this is data from the National Climate Assessment. I should actually update this to the latest climate assessment, but there have been increases in both total precipitation and extreme precipitation in the United States, and this may be contributing to the increasing floods. So flooding risk to medical infrastructure has been detailed before. Here we have a HHS report on healthcare resilience under climate change, but also New York City, a very progressive city, has actually conducted an analysis of looking at those hospitals within a 100-year and 500-year floodplain. So what we've done is build upon this analysis at the national scale. Here I'm kind of detailing the data that we used. As I mentioned, it's from FEMA. It's the National Flood Hazard Data Set. It's a compilation of effective flood insurance rates. However, it is partial coverage, and it only covers about 85.8% of the population. Here's another map of this. So those areas in white are those areas we actually don't have data for. I'm not sure if it pops up, but you can see in the coastal areas of South Carolina, we actually don't have NFHL data. And in the latest analysis, what we're doing is using an EPA model data set to fill in those gaps. And here is our American Hospital Association data. I'm sure you can really see this slide. Something happened with the formatting. So what actually the American Hospital Association data set is a survey. So those are all the hospitals in gray there. And that actually gives us the hospital capacity, and when I say that, how many beds and the services provided by hospitals. Oh, wow, okay, so the flooding risk to medical infrastructure in hospitals, so these are actually our results. Hopefully you can see this. as well. So you see the red dots and the orange dots. So after detailing or processing all the floodplain data, very high resolution topographic map scale data for the entire country, we overlaid that with all our hospital data. Those hospitals in red are within a flood hazard area. Those hospitals in orange are also in a flood hazard area in the 500-year floodplain. Wow, that's too bad. Okay, so so here are our results. So I can kind of tell you these results. So actually what has happened here is that we have 8.8% of all hospitals in the United States are within a flood hazard area. And we actually have 8.8% of all hospital beds are within a flood hazard area. So again, this is a Georgia Climate Conference. So we've actually done this analysis focused on the Georgia area. So this actually incorporates that latest data set that I've talked about from the EPA. So that has that modeled flood data, but it also provides those gaps. So we're seeing, again, those areas in red, those hospitals in red are within the 100-year floodplain. Those hospitals in orange are within the 500-year floodplain. And those areas here, this is around the Savannah, Georgia, and the coastal areas of Georgia. So you can kind of see the detail of the floodplain data that we're actually dealing with. So to process all of that is actually pretty computationally intensive, but we were able to do that. All right, a little better map here that works. So what we did was we took all those hospitals within a flood hazard area. We overlaid that with a future extreme precipitation in 2030. So you can kind of see those hospitals that may experience increased risk to flooding. Oh, bummer. So adaptation strategies. So one of the adaptation strategies we can do is the relocation of critical infrastructure. I mean, that makes sense. Also the site modification, which would actually be dam wall building to prevent flooding, such as here. You see this picture from Lourdes Hospital, that's in New York. Also, backup power generation during FEMA and some other hurricanes. Actually, backup power was being placed in low-lying areas like the basement. So that's probably not a good idea to do that. But also, there's also developing evacuation plans or training your staff in how to deal with flooding events. So in conclusion, I'm glad we could see this, but so we have approximately 450 U.S. hospitals, or 9%, located with a flood hazard area. So there are also regional differences that are observed in projected extreme precipitation. And we're seeing an increased risk for future flooding in anticipated areas where the risk of flooding was low. And this leads us to that hospitals may experience more frequent flooding in the future, and we may need to implement adaptation strategies to become more resilient to the effects of this flooding. That's all I have, but I wanted to show one more slide if we have time. So this kind of deals with the whole vulnerability to climate-related health effects. So what we really talked about are hospitals that are insufficient, so those hospitals with the flood hazard layer. So the Climate Health Program has also developed some guidance on how to develop vulnerability assessments. So actually, this is a heat vulnerability map. What it does is it takes into account these 6 different data layers. We factor them accordingly, and we have some guidance on how to do that on our webpage. But what this does is takes all these different factors like poverty, social justice type of issues or layers. We also take into account, as I mentioned, hospital insufficiency. So maybe we could replace this hospital insufficiency data set that you see here with the one that we just developed for those hospitals within the flood hazard area. On the top right here, you have heat extreme event exposure. We could replace that with the number of flooding events that a county has experienced. And on the bottom right, you see a percent impervious surfaces. So we could replace that with a percent flood hazard area per county. So what we do, we'd overlay that and end up creating a vulnerability map. It would be a flood vulnerability to the climate-related health effects. Okay, I think that's it. I apologize for those slides there, but.
All right, thanks, Ari. Any questions for Ari?
Hey, thank you. You had a red couple of dots west of Atlanta, and I wasn't sure where they were, and since it's a Georgia conference, I thought we need to know that.
The west of Atlanta. Actually, I do have those. Those are in Rome, Georgia, I believe, and then there's a place called Cedartown, if I remember, Cedartown, Georgia. So those were, I just looked at those this morning, so I knew you'd ask that question.
Well, they're streaming, so.
There's millions of people, so.
Now my voice is gonna crack. I'm nervous. Well, that was excellent. Thank you. I'm curious as to what, in addition to the studies, CDC might be doing. Is there outreach to, I forget, AHA?
Yes,
Is there
right,
outreach
right.
to hospitals? Is there training? Some of the strategies you suggested are certainly kind of infrastructure, but some of them might be operational, programmatic. So what else is CDC's program, if there is one, kind of around this encompassing?
Yes, sure. I mean, that's a great question. So this is kind of a conversation starter piece with those hospitals, like the American Hospital Association. So we've actually presented this to them. They were very interested, and from those we were able to talk to healthcare systems like the Cleveland Clinic. So we've actually provided them this information. Hopefully we'll have some workshops in the future. Just try to figure out the best ways to deal with flooding events and how you can prevent this from happening. You can help those folks that are being serviced by these hospitals. But yes, this is, again, just a conversation starter. It's a national assessment. So, we are not really, with such a national assessment, how accurate are these? So, with being in Georgia, I believe someone said, hey, I didn't actually realize there was a hospital in Savannah in a flood hazard area. It's like, well, yeah, I think there is. And then so I went last night, I double checked my data, I put it over, a Google imagery, and actually it is in a flood hazard area. So that's the kind of quality checking that we need. So we need buy-in from hospital organizations to figure out what we need to do. And we talked about the adaptations that we need to do. But again, this is just a conversation starter, but hopefully some workshops in the future.
I don't have a question, but just a comment. I participated in the response to Hurricane Katrina in New Orleans. And I remember seeing on the TV people walking in knee-deep water by the Superdome. And in my work, I came to realize that the Tulane Medical Center, the LSU Hospital, and the VA Medical Center were all right next to each other, a few blocks from the Superdome. And all three of them had their emergency generators in the basement.
Yes.
And this is below sea level.
Right, very
So
surprising.
you may want to also touch base with architects that design hospitals.
No, I totally agree. Thank you for that comment. Yeah, actually, after reading that, I couldn't believe it. You're right, yeah.
Hi, this is more of a general question for everybody. Is that okay? So I'm just thinking about how research and the timeline from translation of research to actually getting into the clinical setting. We've said it's something like 17 years. And with the rapidity of change, with climate change affecting various areas, I'm just wondering what are the considerations from CDC or people like the Heat Center at Fort Benning where there's actionable information coming out that can help local communities, outdoor workers, pregnant women right now, given that things are going to change so rapidly that the research that's done may not keep up with how rapidly things are changing. So some considerations about how to disseminate information given this new clinical setting as well.
Would you have a better answer for this?
All right, yeah. Let's
go.
We'll go ahead.
That.
That's a good
Just
segue.
because
open up
that's
to the whole.
maybe something not that I can answer. So.
Minutes, but
It's a great question.
Sure, you can. However you want to do it.
Yeah. So I can address that a little bit from the Army's perspective to get information out. So big Army structure-wise, Training and Doctrine Command that owns every Army school. It goes from basic training all the way up to the War College that senior colonels go to. They have a heat illness prevention committee. Meets every month. I'm a member of it. There's our venue, and it's actually growing to not just be an Army organization, but we usually have people calling in from Marine Corps Recruit Depot Paris Island, from the Air Force in San Antonio, and other places. So we do have some mechanisms to share knowledge that we can get stuff out sooner. We do have ways to improve. I mentioned our technical bulletin 507. The revision of that is currently in the approval process. It was last revised in 2002. So, yeah, what was it, 17 years? There we go. 17 years between editions. We've learned a lot since then. But we do have opportunities through different working groups and networking to get information out there. And that's actually one of the things we're trying to do better at Fort Benning is as we develop this knowledge of local best practices to share that with other installations that are facing similar challenges. So,
I think this might be a good opportunity to plug the BRACE program at CDC. So the CDC Climate Health Program actually funds 18 grantees, 16 states, and 2 cities to implement the Building Resilience Against Climate Effects framework. And in that framework, it is training and providing state and local public health departments, who are the ones that are responding and taking the action here on climate change, with the tools and the resources and data and network to equip them to not only learn about what's going on for them locally, but learn best practices and how to adapt.
Yeah, and I would add, you mentioned this really long lag between research to practice. One thing that we've been doing and that we've seen health departments do is to shorten that lag by having their research inform systems that are already in place. So a good example of that is health departments working with the National Weather Service. So the National Weather Service already has heat alerts, but they don't necessarily incorporate health data. And some of our grantees, for example, the state of New York and the New England Heat Collaborative, have used their local health data and had their epidemiologists look at what temperature are we actually seeing health effects, and then talk to their local weather forecasting office and actually got the policies changed so that the threshold at which heat warnings are put into place are lower than they used to be. So that's something that can be done on a shorter time frame. So, yep. Actually, you've both asked a question already.
Okay, I'll let you have it later, Becca. I just wanted to make one comment about the Nurses Climate Challenge. So I'm on the nursing faculty at the School of Nursing, and the Nurses Climate Challenge is a national effort to try to get nurses on board. And as you all know, nurses are the largest health profession in the United States, and they actually, according to Gallup poll, are the most trusted profession. So I think we need to work with the nurses who are in the hospitals, who are seeing these kinds of generators in the basement, thinking about how they can prepare for climate change. So there's a national action I'm participating on in a focus group where we're actually asking different universities like Emory University to climb on board to this challenge and really work on, I think a lot of nurses maybe don't pay attention to the issue, and this is a goal around educating them to think proactively. So I just want to put a plug in for the Nurses Climate Challenge. And now Becca.
Thank you. I'm a pediatrician here in Atlanta, and I was wondering if there's anything that we have similar to the BRACE program for accelerating integration of what we already know about climate and health effects into the clinical practice of medicine. We're still seeing this kind of gap between what we know from the public health side and how doctors out there on the front lines in the communities can respond. So is there anything that exists? And then what would you guys tell doctors? How can we be better partners in this effort?
Well, I'm not a physician, but we do have a program. I believe it's the University of Iowa. So we have some doctors that are developing some curriculum for med schools as well. I'm not sure how. Maybe you definitely have a better answer about how you can engage others in that.
I'm not sure if it's a better. I could give an answer. No. So my colleague at Uniformed Services University, DoD Medical School, we're working with Training and Doctrine Command to get into the curriculum for drill sergeants. So the U.S. Army Drill Sergeant School. You go to school to learn how to be a drill sergeant. You get selected for drill sergeant duty. You first go to Fort Jackson, South Carolina for 8 or 10 weeks or whatever it is. We're working with them to put into the curriculum how to educate on prevention of heat illness casualties. And in reality, drill sergeants, those are our first responders. Before EMS, those are the first responders, because what do we know about exertional heat stroke? Rapid aggressive cooling saves lives. You have to recognize that casualty up front and know how to implement what rapid aggressive cooling strategies you have available to you. So we're working to get that into their curriculum. That same colleague of mine at Uniformed Services University, he's in the Department of Military and Emergency Medicine. It's part of their curriculum up there too, so that any DoD trained physician has gotten some exposure to treating heat casualties. It's not going to replace the first-hand experience you'd have working in Martin Army Community Hospital, Fort Benning, Georgia, and the 500 casualties we see a year, but it's increasing their exposure, at least their awareness. I shouldn't use exposure in that context. Their awareness. So hopefully.
I can talk about how we actually educate our future health professional, doctors, nurses at Spelman College about their climate change. Since our department is actually environmental and health sciences, so half of our students are actually in the major of health sciences. Most of them will go to medical school, dental school, and nursing school, public health schools. So most of them actually take health science and environment science related, for example, the atmospheric science, global environment change classes. So while they are in the college, they know what's really going on in the world, how we actually should do to protect ourselves, to protect our Earth from the global warming. So this is basically at Spelman what we're doing to educate our future health professionals about climate change. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll definitely appreciate any curriculum materials that you guys have been sitting next to me, and Emmeline Laney, another student at Emory, have almost single-handedly pushed forward a curriculum on integrating climate change in the first 2 years of med school at Emory, which is a brand new thing that's just been approved. So we're looking for more materials and would welcome anything that you guys already have, and maybe we can find a way to facilitate sharing among the med schools in the U.S. on these topics.
Thanks. And I would add, for any other medical practitioners in the audience, there are a number of nonprofits that have materials on climate and health. For example, the Alliance of Nurses for Healthy Environments, Physicians for Social Responsibility. There's a medical consortium on climate and health, and a lot of them have produced documents and curricula to help people. Yeah.
On the Medical Society Consortium for Climate and Health, there's not a Georgia chapter, but we're trying to start one. So if anyone's interested, let me know.
Thanks. We'll go here and then.
Hey, thank you. I'm Henry Slack. I retired from US EPA, where I dealt with, among other things, indoor air and disasters. And so one of the great things which challenges us in a disaster is the loss of power. In New Orleans with Katrina, they ran out of fuel in 3 days, and then so talk about how medical facilities can plan for these sorts of things, or if possibly they should be greening their buildings and bringing in solar panels and batteries to even prevent, if you're on oxygen, a 5-minute outage is not a good thing. Thank you.
Yeah, that's a very difficult question. So I guess what you can really do is just have a better plan on how to do that. There's no real good answer. I'm not sure if solar energy is able to power a hospital for 3 days after your fuel goes out. But it's just a matter of planning on how to do that. And just also, again, starting the conversation about the infrastructure that we need to build. And I guess that's really the answer, and the technology that we need to develop.
Thanks. I think one more quick question before we have to open this room up for the plenary. Yep.
Not quite a question. I'm Joan Kowal with Emory, and I handle resiliency and utility strategies. So to follow up on that, for those that heard Commissioner Eccles this morning, he was referring to the microgrid that we had proposed during Georgia Power's integrative resource plan on that premise of really having more local resilience strategies for those events. And we had brought in folks from Princeton University who helped share their story on how they managed through their hurricane by having local generation, which includes, you know, solar, battery storage. It's probably going to include natural gas as well. So, yeah.
Yeah, that kind of information, that would be great for other hospitals to know as well. So maybe in a future workshop, maybe we could address those issues.
All right, well, this session just kind of scratched the surface on some of the health effects that are happening from climate change in Georgia, but I know there's a lot of great work happening at universities, nonprofits, the government across the state. So let's thank our panelists once again.
everyone. We're going to get started in about 2 or 3 minutes for a very, very short wrap up so y'all can get on your way. So 2-minute warning, we'll come back here and get started. There's a lot. Sorry to do this because I know you guys are having great conversations, but if folks could come in and take their seats, we're going to try to get you out of here actually early if we can. Is that a good thing? Yeah. Thank you, buggers. Yeah. Yeah, but I don't have. Are folks ready to get out of here? Yeah, we're ready to get out of here? All right. All right. Everyone can come in. Do we have our student volunteers out in the hallway who can do some polite, encouraging? Good. Thank you all. All right. If we get Ben Carswell in here, that'll help. Can we get Ben Carswell in here? There we go. There we go. This is Ben Carswell. All right. Who else can we get in here? Yeah. All right. We got Mark McCann coming in. That's awesome. Ian Hennessy's coming in. Rachel Usher is going to come in. Shelly Francis is going to come in. Kelly Weisinger is going to come in. Henry Slack is going to come in. Yeah, Henry, good. Jeanette Gayer is going to come in. Good. Chris Manganello's here. Okay, good. Neil Sardana is going to come in, right? Right, Neil? Neil Sardana is going to come in? No? All right. All right, we're doing our best. Hey, Guan Yu. Okay. Thank you all for your patience. We've had a big day and a half. We had a very big morning. We were going to do a thing now with interactive polling and where are we from and what did we learn and what's next. The general view, at least for those of us who've been in the mix, is that after this morning and after the great breakout you just had, probably the better thing to do is for us to just pause for a little bit and then have this be a much smaller sort of closing so we can all move on to what we have coming up. But I really wanted to sincerely thank, on behalf of Emory and the Georgia Climate Project and everyone else helping organize this, just thank everybody for being here, and not only being here, but for bringing your energy and your constructive spirit to the stronger conversation that Tim Eccles talked about this morning with Mildred McLean. It's really, really important. By the numbers, we think 433 badges picked up, all told, at the end of the day. And that is despite a larger number of folks on the wait list that I really wish we could have brought in, but that's a really strong sign of the enthusiasm and interest in the state on this issue. And again, I've said this twice now, but I think we're just scratching the surface, right? There's so much enthusiasm, so much interest in this issue that I think we can continue to grow this community of conversation. And obviously, all of you are doing that in your day jobs, and this is just one piece of that puzzle. We had 120 plus speakers and presenters, if you include 19 people presented posters last night, 18 breakout sessions, each with 4 or 5 speakers, some great plenaries, introducers, grateful to all the members of the Georgia Climate Project. They're our partners for stepping up for that as well. So really just exciting to see the level of momentum around this. I just wanted to bring us back to what we hoped would be the takeaways. I'm not gonna ask you whether you did take that away, because I don't want your, but just to bring it back, if this works. We have the slides up for the, is this, cool, okay. So obviously we're talking about climate change, even if we're not always using those words. And even though it's an issue that can be challenging, but I think hopefully we did all take away that it is truly a Georgia issue. I think Mayor Gertz talked about this quite eloquently this morning. It is, again, not blue or red. It is not urban or rural. It's all of the above. It is coastal. It is the mountains. It's the Piedmont. It's all the tremendous, as I mentioned yesterday morning, the racial and ethnic and economic diversity that we have in the state. It's all of us. It's each one of us as individuals, and it's all of us as a collective. So that's really hopefully something that you've taken away. Certainly something I've taken away as well, even more so. Number two, that it is a real risk to the state. Already right now, it's hurting our bottom line, whether your bottom line is human lives and health, whether it's our livelihoods, or whether it's the natural systems on which we depend. There's a real risk there that we're feeling now, and it's not getting any better. It's quite the opposite. Flip side, of course, is if we can be clear-eyed about those risks, and we heard some, I think yesterday afternoon at the Georgia Chamber, we heard a number of business leaders that are investing now quite heavily in this opportunity, right? Which is, not only do we have a need to address this issue at scale and on time, but as we start to do that, the businesses and the organizations, the individuals who are bringing their innovation and ingenuity to bear, there's some benefit to be seized by doing that. Number one, because if we are going to be facing more risks and costs, we can be reducing those. But number two, there is an emerging economy that is, no matter what any one state does or any one country, the planet is going towards this new low carbon and climate resilient economy, and we should be thinking about how to position ourselves to be winners in that new future rather than sitting on the sidelines. There's a huge opportunity there, and grateful to especially members of the business community who are here voicing that. We have, as is represented here, this incredible network in the state that is already been working on this issue. I think many more who are finding their own voice and their own stride and their own comfort zone talking about this issue. And so I think I would just encourage all of you, again, the Georgia Climate Project is really excited to do its part, but we are just one part. We have not been here for a long time. Y'all have been doing this for longer than we have, and everyone should still do what they're doing in their nodes and their networks and their communities, and that's what's going to weave together this fabric that's making the state really pull together on this issue. And then finally, because of all those things, and I mentioned this yesterday, I do think that we have all the talent we need in the state to emerge as a very real and true leader on this issue, and one that not only is doing what we can do because it's the right thing to do, but also one that other states start to look to. We really want folks to look at Georgia sooner rather than later and say, where did you guys come from? Like, we were not expecting you to be talking about this across our traditional dividing lines in a very constructive way and not fighting about it. Hopefully we'll be surprising folks by the extent to which our businesses are really lifting up new solutions and emerging as regional, national, and global leaders. And in that process, that's something that's going to be driven by all of you in this room and obviously beyond. So those are our 5 takeaways from our side. I won't ask you now whether you share those, but we can talk about it more offline. In terms of next steps, I don't know if Jennifer is here. Jennifer, Charles? She stepped out. Her designee. Just what I understand is that in November 2020, dates TBD, that Georgia DNR will be convening a conference on climate change. That will be our 3rd ever statewide convening. Yes? This is yes, yes, and yes? Okay, good. So it's very exciting. As I said yesterday, it's kind of nice to be able to start to maybe take for granted that we're a state that's getting used to having these conversations on a regular basis. It's up to all of us to stay tuned as that conversation emerges and to figure out how we can contribute to it. It's also up to all of us to obviously continue doing this work between now and then. It's awesome when we get together. There's a lot we can do when we're not. On the part of the Georgia Climate Project, I went through this morning some of the things that are on our front burner. So the stories work that hopefully you saw out there, we're going to keep working on that, and we want your input. The solutions conversations, hopefully you learned about Georgia Drawdown when you were here. That's going to continue, and hopefully by next summer there will be a short list of promising solutions, and that's only the beginning of the conversation, right? Then the fun work begins. How do we breathe life into those? We're going to continue working trying to find a way with this incredible community to create spaces where folks can connect virtually, whether it's webinars or phone calls, et cetera. We have our research roadmap that people are starting to dig into. We want more people to dig in on that, and we want to have a conversation about that. And from my personal perspective, there's a lot of other conversations we could be having, and I just want to plant a few seeds for what they're worth. Number one, as great as Drawdown is, it is a framework for one half of the solution, right? One half of the solution is to do our part to reduce emissions. The other half is there are changes happening now, there are changes that are baked in that we have to adapt to and we have to build resilience to. And I forget, of 18 sessions, I think we had 13 or 14 that covered resilience today or yesterday. So one question for all of us is how can we as a state have a conversation that is as ambitious as drawdown, but is about building up the state and about building resilience in a way that sort of has that kind of structure to it. That's one thought. Another thought, I was really grateful to our representatives from the forestry and agricultural community who really brought a very important voice, as we heard today and yesterday. And I think there's an open question about how we can strengthen that conversation going forward of agriculture and forestry and climate change. It's a huge, huge issue in the state. It's a very important, massive part of our state, and how do we have that conversation? For those who were in the room 1 yesterday for the equity and justice dialogue, it was really remarkable. They had, they tried to, and they pulled off I think it was 12 or 13, I don't know, Gary, 12 or 13 people who got up and spoke for 1 minute, which was really longer. They still packed it all in. It was great. And what I loved about it, not only the energy in the room, but the goal of that session was to try to make concrete this big issue that we're wrestling with. I think a lot of us recognize that equity, justice, and climate change go hand in hand. The next question is, what does that look like in Georgia? And Melissa and Reverend Durley, Gary and Jairo and others really thought through how to make that more specific. So I think that's a conversation we can also keep having, we should keep having. So I think I'll stop there, but I wanted to sincerely just thank all of you for being here. GeorgiaClimateProject.org is going to have information there. Feel free to sign up for our mailing list. Some of you might find yourself signed up. You can opt out afterwards if you want to. But we'll get information out to you, but again, it's not a one-directional thing, and nor do we have a monopoly on this conversation in the state. So we'll do our part, you guys keep doing yours, and together we're going to move forward. So thanks very much.
On the off chance, if this is anyone's notebook, we found it. It looks like it. Oh, is this one belong to anyone? This one's yours? Yes.
you.